A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now for our story. We left our story yesterday with Mary giving Phyllis a bit of very good advice. Evidently, Mary's advice impressed Phyllis, for when we left the scene with Max home for lunch, we saw Phyllis getting up from the table in tears at the thought of something happening to Danny in Chicago. And by the way, just what has that young man been doing since he went to Chicago to sell orders for Stratford Springs water? Why doesn't he find time to write home? There are other matters to be considered today, however. The Kitty Clinic, and something that Benjamin Carter has in mind. We pick up our story today in Dr. Benson's office at the Kitty Clinic. And who should be taking up his time but that questionable friend, Benjamin Carter?
That's a good story, Carter. By the way, you've been around and seen pretty much of life, I'd say. How'd you ever get interested in the hotel business, Carter?
Well, I like the hotel business because it fascinates me. It brings me into contact with all kinds of people. Lets me see how they work. So I wanted it. If I see a thing I want, I've got to have it. If somebody else wants it too, I can't rest until I get it. But it's funny. As soon as I get it, I don't want it any longer. How do you explain that, Benson?
Satisfaction of desire, I'd say. You build up so much resistance in order to get it that after you do get it, the cause of the resistance has been removed. Like taking the wall away from a battering ram that keeps on battering. You have all this steam worked up. Nothing to put it against.
And that's why I get restless right away and want to start tearing down something else.
Exactly. Dangerous thing if you don't have control of such overpowering desires. You seem to have destructive tendencies. Don't you ever like to build things?
Do I? Say, who first got the idea of coming to this town and opening up these old health springs?
But was that the desire to build something permanent and good? A health resort where people could come to be benefited? Or was your desire mainly to make a lot of money and you saw this as an opportunity?
Well, now that you speak of it, I guess the last. The making of the money. That was really my idea. You see, I never think things out like this. I mean, why I do things. I know I want things, and I know I want to do them. So I just go ahead and do them, that's all.
You're not much different from most people in that respect, Carter.
But I can't stop there. I want to do them, and I want to be the only one who does it.
That's what we call a Napoleon complex.
Napoleon complex. Yeah, I get you. The little corporal. The guy who runs the world.
Well, you're not slow with it, Carter. I can certainly say that for you.
No, I'll say that for myself. You know, my mind works like lightning. I put things together fast. I watch people. And I've noticed I put things together much faster than they do. That gives me the advantage. And do I use it?
Yes, you've made use of that advantage of sharpness many a time.
Have I? Say, the time Jaime Grubb got rubbed out, and that rat had it coming. It was in the city 4 years ago, and... Say, why am I telling you all this?
I don't know, Carter. Why are you?
Well, forget about Jaime. You know, Benson, when I was a kid at home, I used to like to invent things. Make all sorts of things. I used to like to see what made things go.
Did you ever build anything? I mean, finish it?
No. But I'd build things. I tried to make gunpowder once. I read about it in a book, and I nearly blew my brains out. And I learned how to pick open the lock on the barn door early. Yeah, I was clever at those things. And I always wanted to be where people didn't want me to be.
Kind of a perverse attitude of mind, I say.
What was that? Well, never mind. I used to watch people. You know, I like to see what makes them tick. Like when I took my grandpa's watch apart when I was a kid, and he never got it all back together again. Was he mad? I wanted to see their feelings, to be able to put my finger on the button and watch them squirm.
Kind of a sadistic tendency, eh?
Sadistic? No, I wasn't sad about things. Well, sometimes I was, and sometimes I wasn't. Once I found some little mice, and I put them on a hot pan to see them squirm.
I guess maybe I couldn't do that.
You cut up people instead, Benson.
But my desire is different. I want to put the tick right in people. And I think only of that as I work over the operating table. Whereas you, I'd say, are obsessed with the attraction of torture. Am I not right?
Well, I wouldn't say right now. But you know, Benson, I've thought about it once in a while, and I do get awfully low. I feel like the whole world's against me. I want to go about doing things to make people squirm because I feel better.
Misery always likes company.
Yeah, you said it. But then I get all hepped up. I feel like I was sitting on top of the world. Hooray, the world's mine, I say. Maybe I do something pretty clever, and I make the guy crawl to me. Then I'm on top. Napoleon complex, you call it.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm not a psychologist, understand. But you do show signs of being what they call manic depressive.
Hey, what are you trying to pin on me? Manic be what?
Never mind, I was just kidding. You're getting clear off our subject in this discussion. But I would be careful about that desire to make people squirm if I were you, Carter. Someday it may lead you into disastrous consequences for you and for the person whom you turn against.
Yeah? Well, I can't change my nature. But I'm not as bad as I seem. Well, I don't know why I talk about all these things to you, Benson. Especially when we've been on opposite sides of the fence until lately.
Am I on your side of the fence now, Carter?
Well, I hope so. Yes, I believe you are. I think you understand me. But, let's go back to the subject that brought me over here today, huh?
Yes, let's.
Yeah.
I've got to get back to work. Now, Carter, it's been awfully nice of you to offer all this help to the clinic. I haven't fully recovered from it yet. As you know, this clinic means everything in the world to me. I'm still undecided what your motives are for all this. Munificence?
Well, it's not entirely clear to me yet. All I know is it seems like good business. Look here, Benson. I don't want the clinic to myself. I don't need it. But I've decided to like this town. And for some reason that I can't accept, the town doesn't like me. I want to help the public enterprises here, Benson. That's why I'm willing to loan you money and buy all of this new equipment.
Oh, that sounds good to hear, Carter. I only hope we continue to find it that way.
The trouble with you people here is you've been so used to taking orders from old man Sanders, the guy that ran off with that pile of money and broke the town. You can't take orders from anyone else.
What we don't want to do is to take orders from anybody, Carter.
Well, I'm deaf on this Sanders crowd. And there's just one thing more I want to say, and then I'll go. I'm willing to go to no end to help you, Dr. Benson. But there's a condition.
Oh. I thought you'd really surprise me, Carter, and leave without asking me a condition.
Yeah, I know, Benson. Well, it's just this. Don't give me a decision now, and it doesn't affect the help I've given the kiddie clinic if you should refuse the condition.
Very well. Let's hear the worst.
Well, it's simply this. You know, I'm jealous of Max Tilly. I hate him. He's a bitter enemy of mine. Well, at least in my mind. And will always be opposed in this town until one is beaten. I want Max Tilly out of this kiddie clinic. That's all. I ask for nothing more, not even to run it for myself. If you'll sever all connections with Max Tilly, I'll ask no more.
Carter, that's something I can't do.
Now, don't give me your answer today. Just let it ride, that's all. Well, I've got to go.
Oh, John, I'm so sorry, Dr. Benson. I thought you
All
were
right, Mary.
So sorry, Mrs. Sanders. I was just leaving. Good day, Dr. Benson. Call on me any time I can be of service. Good day, Mrs. Sanders. How do you find my hotel basement for a bottling work?
Why, it's very agreeable, Mr. Carter. It's very agreeable indeed. We appreciate your generous offer.
Thank you. My only desire is to serve your town. All right. Good day.
Good day.
Well, and how is my busy president mother today?
Very rough, John. What's Carter doing over here again today?
You don't trust Carter very far, do you, Mary?
I should say not. Maybe it's instinctive, but I don't. And I do want to be fair to the man.
I wonder if we've been entirely fair to him here in Sanders.
You talk as if you and Carter had become friends.
Now, Mary, haven't you yourself changed in your attitude toward Carter since he let you have the basement of his hotel for the bottling works?
Yes, I have been more friendly. But, John, why is he so anxious to be friends with you?
Oh, I don't know. Well, the fact is, Mary, he's made a loan to me at $15,000.
$15,000? Oh, John, you don't mean...
Mary, we've got to be practical in business life. We can pay him back just as soon as enough orders come in from the spring water so that Max can advance the money. But in the meantime, we can't close down the clinic.
Well, Carter will have a hold on the clinic.
No, Mary, this is a personal loan to me. It has nothing to do with the clinic.
Well, that's even worse.
Don't worry, Mary. I wasn't born yesterday. I can take care of myself. I've dealt with men like Carter before.
Oh, John, I only want you to be free and continue the good work that you're doing here at the clinic.
I shall, Mary. Nothing will stop me from that.
I believe you.
You're a dear, Mary. I could kiss you for that. Oh, Max, the lucky stiff. That hoodlum, was he ever lucky to get you?
Oh, dear. Here I stand listening to compliments from you, and I have 1,001 things to do today. The twins, the house. I've got to go right over to the bottling works. Daddy's having some trouble over there with the machinery. I had to come over and see Teddy Grubb. Look what I brought him. Some cakes and these games of sticks. Think you like it?
Of course you will, Mary. Oh, you're wonderful. In spite of all the things you have to do, running a home, taking care of a family, and being president of a business concern, you still have time for that little child. Mary, you fascinate me.
Oh, not another compliment, Dr. Vance.
All right, come then. We'll go and see Tiny Teddy Grubb. He's been asking for you all afternoon.
Well, did we get an insight into the character of Benjamin Carter today? This undoubtedly explains Carter's bitter dislike of Max Tilley. Max is a person whom everybody goes to for advice and help. And Carter is the kind of a man who likes to see things squirm. I wonder if that's what he has in mind for our neighbors of the town of Sanders. Mary always has time for the little things of life, and that love toward others, less fortunate than she, and that is the reason we love her so much. Don't miss a single episode in the life of Mary Southern, brought to you by the makers of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Well, Casey, how are you coming along with that crossword puzzle?
Well, I'm stuck, Ethelbert, for a 7-letter name beginning with H, and it's a place in Ohio.
That's a tough one, Casey.
Not for me, boys, not for me.
Hiya, Tony.
Hi, fellas. Yes, sir, the word you're looking for is Hocking. Hockking. The Hocking Valley.
Hey, that fits. Hey, I get it. Anchor Hockey.
Oh, you said it, Casey. Anchor Hocking, the world's largest makers of household glass. Prime Photographer, brought to you by Fire King Oven Glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, a great name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, The Red Raincoat.
Night, about 9:30. Rain. Hard, pelting rain that has driven people indoors and left the streets deserted. At the corner, a bus stops. A woman alights from it. She wears a red, hooded raincoat that covers her head and most of her face. She turns into a side street lined with cheap walk-up apartment houses. Midway of the block, she's about to pass the entrance to an alley when, from its darkness, there's a gunshot. Then another. The woman falls. On the street, brakes are hastily applied to a cruising taxi. As it comes to a skidding halt, the driver...
Police! Take cover!
I heard those shots. Where?
From the alley, I think. I didn't see no one.
Oh, this dame got it in the back.
3 bullet holes.
Stay here, fellas. Don't let anybody touch her. I'm going to look in that alley. Get back, you people! Get back! This ain't a free show. There's been a murder here.
Push him back, Coletti, so I'll have room to shoot a picture.
I'm doing the best I can, Casey. Move, you folks, move!
That's better. There's one for page 1.
Well, that'll be all, Casey.
Well, look who's finally got here. My old pal Logan.
How often do I have to tell you that no press pictures are to be taken at the scene of a homicide until after the police photographers get through?
I've got a rotten memory, haven't I, chum?
By rights, I ought to take that camera away from you.
Oh, no, you wouldn't do that to me, not with all these people looking up.
Oh, nuts. You cops, push this mob back. Clear the block so we'll have room to move around. Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
Tell me what happened here.
I can tell you that, Logan.
Huh?
The cab driver, that little guy over there, heard 3 shots fired from the alley here and saw this gal in the red raincoat fold up on the sidewalk.
Yeah?
A uniformed cop, this guy right here, heard the shots, too, searched the alley and found nothing. Well, all the rest is up to you.
What does Doc's report show, Sergeant?
He said the woman was killed instantly, Captain. One of those bullet holes is in line with the heart. Of course, you can't be sure it followed that line through her body until she's turned over.
Well, don't do that till my tech men get through.
No, sir.
Anyone find out who the woman is?
Not yet, sir. When we can go through her pockets, we'll probably find something that'll...
And Williams is circulating through that crowd, Logan, trying to locate someone who might know... Say, here she comes now with a fat face.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Miss Williams.
Casey, this lady thinks she recognizes the dead woman.
Well, that's swell, Andy. If you can identify her, lady, your picture will be in the paper.
Say, I happen to be in charge here.
Oh, excuse us, Logan.
Who do you think the dead woman is, lady?
Well, as I was just telling this young newspaper woman officer, I can't be sure because the poor thing is lying on her face. But I'm almost positive that's the body of Nora Gellhorn, because she had a red raincoat exactly like that. She's the only woman in this neighborhood who'd wear anything so flashy. And I've got a notion that a certain person wanted her out of the way.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Well, her husband, officer, has been carrying on something disgraceful with another woman. Mrs. Gellhorn told me that herself. And she wasn't the sort who'd let a man divorce her just because he happened to fall in love with somebody else. So I think...
That her husband shot her?
Oh, I know it's an awful thing to say, mister, but from the goings-on I've heard about it, I think he's been planning to put her out of the way for a long time. As I was saying to my eldest daughter, Eloise, only last night...
Where do these Gellhorns live?
Oh, over there in the corner building on this side of the street. That's number 371, apartment 4C. I live in the apartment house next door. I'm Mrs. Patch, Mrs. Ida Patch. I said to my eldest daughter only last night
Excuse me, Mrs. Patch. Who's the other woman in this case, the one you say Gellhorn's been carrying on with?
Oh, her name's Randall, Emma Randall. She and her husband live in the same building as the Gellhorns. Their apartment's directly across from mine.
Hey, wait a minute. This Emma Randall has a husband?
Yeah, poor man. Hey, you know, he stands in the way of Ferris Gellhorn's plans, too, so if you policemen don't act fast and put that murderer behind bars...
We'll act fast, Mrs. Patch, if a checkup shows that your story is okay.
Oh, you'll find it's true, all right. I'm not the only person in this block who's been expecting a thing like this to happen.
Captain Logan.
Yes, Sergeant?
The photographers and tech men are finished. You can examine the body now.
Come on, Mrs. Patch. I want you to make your identification positive.
Oh, I hate to look at the poor thing. Oh, well, Captain, I know my duty.
Will you turn the body over, Doctor, so we can see the face? Thanks.
She wasn't a bad-looking gal, Annie.
Nope. Kind of pretty.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Patch?
Wait. That isn't Nora Gellhorn.
It isn't?
No, that's Emma Randall.
The woman you said Gellhorn was in love with?
Yeah, but that's Nora Gellhorn's raincoat. I'm sure of it now that I see it close.
Since Mrs. Gellhorn isn't inside of it, you'll have to revise your theory. I guess you don't think Gellhorn would shoot the woman he's in love with.
No, he was crazy about Mrs. Randall. He wouldn't shoot her.
Too bad, Logan. For a few minutes it looked as though you had a sweet suspect in a case that was half sewed up.
Well, it may still be that way. Mrs. Patch, what kind of a guy is Randall, this dead woman's husband?
Well, he's a nice, quiet kind of
quiet
man.
kind,
yeah.
huh? Did he know about his wife and Gellhorn?
Oh, he must have. Everybody knew.
He sounds like the answer, Casey. This guy Randall stood all he could, then waited for his wife tonight and paid her off.
James Randall wouldn't do that. He couldn't have done it.
I'm afraid that's something you can't be sure of, lady.
But I am sure. Mr. Randall hasn't been outside of his apartment since early this evening. He was inside it when I heard shooting down here on the street.
How do you know he was inside?
Well, his living room window was just across the court from mine. One of his shades was up a few inches, and I saw him over there, lying on the couch.
You saw him?
Well, just by accident, of course. Now, I never spy on my neighbors.
Well, that's that, Logan.
Yeah.
But there's another possible angle.
What?
That red raincoat. Mistaken identity.
Gellhorn may have thought he was shooting his wife.
That's it, Annie.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Mrs. Patch, you're sure this is Mrs. Gellhorn's raincoat?
Oh, I'm positive. I recognize it by those peculiar buttons and that little mended place on the right shoulder.
Well, have you any idea why Mrs. Randall should have been wearing it?
Well, I suppose Nora Gellhorn lent it to her.
Weren't they enemies?
Well, not outwardly. Like most jealous women, they made believe they were friends. Would have made things kind of difficult if they didn't, seeing as they not only lived in the same house, but worked in the same restaurant.
Worked in the same restaurant?
Yeah, Harley's Grill. They're both waitresses there.
Do you know if Mrs. Gellhorn or her husband are home now?
No, I don't. Their windows aren't on my side of the house.
That's too bad.
Let's find out for ourselves, Logan.
We will, Casey. Sergeant, take charge here.
Yes, sir.
Have Martin take Mrs. Patch down to headquarters and get a complete deposition from her.
Oh, I'd much rather go with you, Captain.
You and the captain can get together later, Mrs. Patch, but I'll shoot that picture of you now.
For the paper, Mr. Casey?
The best paper in town.
Oh, goodness, I look just a fright in this old coat. On account of rain, I didn't get...
Fine clothes on you would only gild the lily.
Oh, Mr. Casey.
Well, now, just stand just as you are. Hold that bewitching smile. That does it.
You want to take another?
If he does, he's staying here without me. Come on, Miss Williams.
I'll take more shots of you later, Mrs. Patch. Coming, Logan.
With prices mounting everywhere, here's a fact that's worth noting. Right now, on the shelves and counters of your favorite chain, variety, hardware, and department stores, you will find a wide variety of pale blue Fire King oven glass dishes at prices far lower than you would have paid for any baking dish a few years ago. And each piece of Fire King oven glass, regardless of price, is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Now is a good time to replace your worn-out kitchen utensils with new and beautiful, easy-to-clean and easy-to-keep clean Fire King oven glass. Remember that Fire King oven glass is not only a sturdy, dependable friend in the kitchen, it is also an adornment to your table. Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
Try to pull yourself together, Mr. Randall. I'm sorry we've had to bring you such rotten news.
And my wife. Dead.
Tough, fella.
Please let me go to her. I got to see her.
Not now.
Later, pal.
Yeah, but she's lying down there in the street, you say, in the rain.
They'll have taken her away by now, Mr. Randall. You can go to her when you get a little more used to the idea of what you'll have to see.
Maybe that'll be better. Who killed her, Captain? Who shot my wife?
Well, we hope you may be able to help us find that out.
I don't know. I can't help you.
Before we came to you, we stopped at the Gellhorn's apartment. Nobody was home.
Why'd you stop there?
Well, we want to meet Mr. Gellhorn especially. Is he a friend of yours?
He's a neighbor.
I see.
You've been talking to people, Captain. Someone's been telling you things.
Oh, frankly, yes. Randall, do you think...
No. Ferris Gellhorn would be the last man in the world who'd kill my wife.
That wasn't the question I meant to ask you. You think he's the sort who'd kill his own wife?
I don't know.
Now, when you let us in here, Mr. Randall, you said you'd been asleep.
Yeah, I was tired and I came home from work and I lay down on the couch there.
What time was that?
It was around 6:30, Mr. Casey. I slept until your knock at the door woke me up.
Was plenty of daylight when you fell asleep. Around 6:30, Mr. Randall. Why did you turn the electric lights on then?
The light?
Yeah. We saw a crack of light under the door before we knocked and woke you up.
Well, you see, when my wife was working late, Mr. Casey, I always turned the light on for her if I was going out or going to sleep. You see, she hated to come home to a dark apartment.
Will you keep your big mouth shut, Casey, and let me handle this?
It was a question we wanted answered, wasn't it?
Well, I'd have asked the question, and I'll check on the answer. Now, you attend to your job and let me attend to mine.
Okay, I'll take some pictures.
Now?
Well, Morning Express readers will want to know what the dead woman's apartment looks like. That'll be a good shot of this living room. Now I'll get one of the bedroom.
Yeah.
Mr. Randall, you must try to pull yourself together. You just must.
Yeah, I'll do my best, Miss Williams.
How long had you been married, Randall?
8 years.
When did you and your wife meet the Gellhorns?
Well, about 2 years ago, Captain.
What sort of a fellow is Gellhorn?
I hate the guys inside. He's a lousy wolf and a double crosser. But if you suspect him of her murder, I know you're wrong. He wanted her to live. He didn't want her dead.
This man sounds like a square shooter, Captain.
Yeah, he does, Miss Williams.
Check me down on that, too.
So you're back again, Casey.
I didn't want to miss anything.
Oh, Who's there?
Paletti, Captain.
Come in.
We found Mrs. Gellhorn.
Oh, is this?
I'm Nora Gellhorn, Captain. This officer came to the restaurant for me. He told me why.
Sit down, Mrs. Gellhorn. I've got to ask you some questions.
Just a minute, please. Jim.
Yeah, Nora.
You know I didn't like your wife. I had plenty of reason not to, but... Now, I'm very sorry for you.
Thank you.
Now, Captain, what did you want to know?
Well, first, Mrs. Gellhorn, did you lend Mrs. Randall the raincoat she wore tonight?
Yes, I did. It was pouring when she got through work, and she didn't even have an umbrella with her. I was working late tonight in another girl's place, and I figured the rain had stopped by the time I finished, so I said take my coat.
And you remained at the restaurant after Mrs. Randall left there, Mrs. Gellhorn?
Yes, I did.
I checked, and Mrs. Gellhorn was in the restaurant when Mrs. Randall was shot, Captain.
Oh, okay, Paletti.
Mrs. Gellhorn,
Yes,
you said you worked late tonight in another girl's place?
that's right.
And do you usually come home at the same time as Mrs. Randall?
Usually.
Did your husband expect you at the usual time tonight?
I guess so. I didn't bother to tell him. He doesn't care when I come home or if I come home.
That looks like the payoff, Casey.
Yeah.
You know where your husband is tonight, Mrs. Gellhorn?
Well, he told me he was going to the movies.
What theater?
I don't know. You might find him at any of the neighborhood theaters, except the 4th Avenue. He went there last night to see Lost Holiday.
We'll pick him up. Sergeant Flanagan's posted guys at all the theaters around here, Captain. And that Mrs. Patch gave us a first-class description of Gellhorn.
So Mrs. Patch is the one who's been telling you cops things.
She told us nothing that you and Mr. Randall haven't verified, Mrs. Gellhorn.
Oh, all right, then. My husband has been two-timing both me and Jim Randall here. But if you've got an idea that he killed Emma, you're wrong.
I've told him that, Nora. Well, Mrs. Gellhorn, you think he'd have liked you out of the way and Randall here, so he and Mrs. Randall would be free to get married?
Well, sure he'd have liked that, but I know that he wouldn't.
Come in.
We've got Gellhorn, sir.
I'm all ready for him, Sergeant.
He's downstairs. You want him brought up here?
Yeah, wait a minute. He hasn't been told anything.
Oh, not a word, sir.
Where'd you get him?
Coming out of the 4th Avenue Theater.
4th Avenue?
He said he'd seen the show there, Mrs. Gellhorn.
Well, I thought he had last night. I can't understand.
I can. Go into that bedroom, Mrs. Gellhorn.
Into the bedroom?
For just a few minutes. Close the door and don't come out till I call you. Then come out quick.
All right, I'll do it, but I don't...
Okay, Sergeant. Have Gellhorn brought up.
Yes, sir. The captain will see him up here, Pete. Come on.
The old surprise treatment for Gellhorn, Logan.
Yeah. His reaction when he sees his wife alive is all I need now.
Certainly looks as though...
Everything fits. Even the theater where they picked him up. He'd seen the picture there, so he could describe every part of it that was shown while he was waiting in that alley.
He went there after the shooting to establish an alibi.
Sure, Miss
Sure
Williams.
he is, Captain.
Bring him in.
You don't have to, Joe.
I'm Captain Logan Gellhorn.
So you're the boss of these monkeys who've been putting a muscle on me. What's the big idea?
We're simply doing a little investigating, Mr. Gellhorn.
Investigating what? And why here? Randall, what's your part in this? Why have I been brought to his apartment?
I'll explain, Gellhorn, if you need an explanation after... Lady, come out of that bedroom. You in that bedroom, come out.
Nora.
Think you're looking at a ghost, Gellhorn?
What's my wife doing here?
She's the last person you expected to see, isn't she? You thought she was dead.
Well,
So wipe that phony look of innocence off your face. The woman who wore your wife's red raincoat tonight was Emma Randall.
Huh?
She's dead.
Emma's dead?
Yes, Gellhorn, with 3 bullets in her back that you put there.
I get it now, Captain. He mistook her for me in my raincoat.
He killed my wife. Let me at him. I'll tell him.
Take it easy, boys.
I'm done, Captain. Not before I get a picture. What's this all about?
You know, Gellhorn. I'm arresting you on a charge of murder.
Me? Murder?
Got a shot of that, too?
All right, boys. Let's get him back to headquarters.
Well, you can't do this. You don't know what you're doing.
Well, come on, Casey. This case is all sewed up. Let's get our stuff to the paper.
Okay, Annie. But I wonder
What?
if this case is sewed up right.
Yes?
after what you and Miss Williams have told me, Casey, I can't see any doubt of that fella Gellhorn's guiltiness.
There isn't any doubt, Ethelbert, except in Casey's much too active imagination.
Oh, Annie, you closed your mind like Logan.
Oh.
You two had so completely sold yourselves on Gellhorn's guilt before you saw him that nothing could unsell you. It didn't mean a thing to you, for instance, when Logan's big surprise act laid an egg.
Oh, that.
Gellhorn didn't act as if he was looking at a ghost when his wife stepped out of that bedroom.
Well, so what? He probably got a flash of Emma Randall's face after he shot her, realized the big mistake he'd made, and was all prepared.
Well, that's possible, yeah. You know, Mrs. Gellhorn took longer than she should have to come out of that bedroom. And then she looked more nervous than her husband. I'd like to know why.
Oh, Casey, you're trying to make something out of such little things.
The parts of the case fit too smoothly, Annie, as though they'd been oiled by somebody. But I can't figure it out. Oh, nuts.
You know, this Gellhorn business is a lot like another murder I read about. It happened over in England.
And that's the Haslington murder, yeah.
Haslington was the name of the gal who got shot. You know about it, huh?
Yeah, Ethelbert.
Oh, that's a famous old-timer, Ethelbert. Happened before any one of us were born.
It was all news to me when I read it a couple of months ago in a detective magazine. They called it The Case of the Sable Cloak.
Case of the Sable... Yeah, detective magazine would. Say, you know, I promised to show you those pictures I took last night that the paper didn't have space for.
Yeah, I'd like to see them.
Here's a print of the Randall living room. This is the bedroom, and here's Mrs. Patch.
And will she be sore because the picture didn't make the paper? She's the woman who gave us the lead on Gellhorn.
Ain't she a funny-looking old dame? Look at the...
Yes.
She's a dangerous old dame, Say, wait a minute. Give me that picture I took of the bedroom.
What?
I noticed it before, but it didn't register. Look at the pillows on the bed.
Well, they're just pillows.
Yeah, but they're on top of the bedspread, uncovered.
I don't
Randall's alibi, Annie.
What?
And, now, wait a minute. Look at this picture of the living room. The window shades are pulled to within a few inches at the bottom. Now, that narrow space is all Mrs. Patch had to look through when she saw Randall lying on the couch.
What have pillows in the bedroom got to do
That's
with...
what I'd like to know.
Ethelbert, you say you read about the Haslington murder in a recent magazine. Was the magazine True Murder Chronicles?
Yeah, but it was called The Case of the Sable Cloak. What does it?
You've been a great help to me tonight, pal, and to Ferris Gellhorn. Come on, Annie. We're going to pay another call on Emma Randall's husband.
Well, okay, Casey, but I'd still like to know...
So would I. But what was the... Oh, they always do that to me.
Who's that?
Casey, Mr. Randall, and Miss Williams. May we come in? It's important.
Just a minute.
Casey, how are you going
You'll soon know, Annie. A door just closed inside there.
So what? I don't know why you haven't told me all you
I've
think.
been too busy thinking to tell you any.
Okay.
Come in.
Thanks, Randall.
Sit down, Miss Williams.
Thank you.
Casey.
I'll rest on my feet, thanks.
What have you come to see me about?
New evidence in your wife's murder.
New evidence?
Yeah. Gellhorn didn't kill her.
What do you mean?
Say, it's awful stuffy in here. You mind if I lift this shade and raise the window a little?
Since you're already doing it.
Thanks. Randall, you ever read a story called The Case of the Sable Cloak?
No.
It's funny. It was published only a few months ago in True Murder Chronicles. And I noticed several issues of that magazine here last evening.
Well, those magazines belong to my wife. I never read them.
Oh, I see. Well, this particular story told about a rich Englishman who fell hard for a gal named Haslington. He wanted to marry her, but he had a wife. His wife owned a sable coat, and one night he shot and killed a woman who was wearing that coat, but the woman had borrowed it from his wife, and the woman was Miss Haslington.
Well, that's like Gellhorn and Emma.
Yeah. The cops were pretty sure to remember the famous Haslington case if a similar murder occurred and to jump to a conclusion based upon it, see? If everything was previously arranged to point that way. Don't you think so?
I
I don't know.
Oh, sure you do.
I tell you,
Now, the guy who really murdered your wife was fairly smart. He started to point suspicion toward where he wanted to fall soon after that magazine story gave him his big idea. And he figured a pretty fair alibi. He even had an excuse for a light to burn when it shouldn't have, so he could be seen in a place where he wasn't.
What are you driving at?
After the murder, he continued to play smart. He denied his belief in Gellhorn's guilt while constantly pointing the finger at him. And he got rid of the clothes he'd worn out in the rain. I looked for them while I was in your bedroom last night.
You're accusing me?
Because you slipped up on a little detail last night, and because tonight, the two of you made a bigger mistake.
Keep away from that door.
Come out of that room, Mrs. Gellhorn. Come out.
All right. Here I am.
You shouldn't have let your murder partner come here to talk things over, Randall. And you shouldn't have hidden her so clumsily before you let us in.
He knows, Nora. He knows everything.
Shut up, Jim. He wouldn't have known anything if you hadn't said that.
It doesn't matter now, does it?
Yes, it does. Don't make a move. Means you too, Miss Williams.
Is that the gun your boyfriend used to kill his wife with?
If it is, you'll never prove it.
Nora, what are you going to do?
The only thing to do, Jim. Kill these people. They know you killed your wife and that I helped you. They can send us to the chair.
You'll never get away with it.
We'll tell the police you broke in here and I shot you in self-defense.
Just a second, Mrs. Gellhorn. I want to go on living. And I've arranged things so I will.
How do you mean?
You've forgotten. I opened that window.
Window? Mrs. Patch.
She's been getting an eyeful and an earful.
I'll have you know, Mr. Casey, that I only happened to be at this window by accident.
I believe you, Mrs. Patch. Give me that gun, Mrs. Gellhorn. Thank you. Now, you two smart killers, sit down and wait for the cops. Go on, Randall. Phone headquarters, Annie.
Okay, Casey. After I phoned City Desk. Oh, but wait a minute. You still haven't told me why those pillows on the top of the bed made
We'll
me
go
sick.
over to the Blue Note, Annie, and I'll tell you all about it.
All right.
Oh, Mrs. Patch.
Yeah?
I guarantee that your picture will be in the Express tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Casey!
Food supplies still present a picture of confusion. Many of the old established brand names are scarce. Many new names appear on your grocer's shelves. Under the circumstances, how can you be sure of getting the quality you want? May I make this suggestion? First, look for a name you know. And second, and especially when in doubt, buy glass-packed foods. For the glass container in itself is a guarantee of quality. Being transparent, only the best can be packed in glass. Only the best is packed in glass. Anchor glass containers and tamper-proof anchor caps, so widely used for the packaging of better foods, are products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Now, back to Casey and Ann at the Blue Note Cafe.
This Randall and Mrs. Gellhorn planned the killing so they could be free to tie up with one another, huh, Casey?
That's right, Ethelbert, yeah.
You still haven't told me what you had on Randall when you went to his place, Casey.
I didn't have anything, except the Haslington case you'd mentioned.
You mean the case of the sable cloak?
Okay, pal, the case of the sable cloak.
I think that's a nice title.
I only had that, a hunch about those bed pillars, and a hope that Randall would crack up and make an admission.
Yeah, what was your hunch about them bed pillows?
Well, I figured Randall might have rigged up a dummy to fool Mrs. Patch. That all she really saw were his pants and shirt stuffed with pillows.
And that was all she saw, too, Ethelbert. When Randall came back after the shooting, he got out of his wet clothes, put on the dry ones that had covered the dummy, and tossed the pillows back under the bed. But a little too carelessly.
What'd he do with the clothes he'd worn out in the rain?
Put them in Gellhorn's apartment. They belonged to Gellhorn. Randall had even worn his things.
Say, he and that Mrs. Gellhorn thought of almost everything.
Yes, Ethelbert. Almost everything.
You know, Casey, it's like my sister Edna says, quote, anything that's not worth doing is not worth doing well. Yeah, unquote.
Crime Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz and stars Stotts Cotsworth as Casey. It is written by Alonzo Dean Cole and is based on the fictional character of Casey created by George Harmon Cox. It's lighter, more compact. It requires no deposit, no return to the store. We're talking about that famous Anchor Glass beer and ale bottle pioneered by Anchor Hocking. It will shortly be released for civilian use. Watch for it. The new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. A product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Our cast included Miss Leslie Woods as Ann Williams and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The Blue Note pianist was Herman Chittison, and the original music was by Archie Blyer. Crime Photographer is brought to you each Thursday at this time by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees. Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass. Tony Marvin speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The Sun is a witness. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Sun is a Witness by Aaron Mark Stein. A very unusual story of a design for killing that couldn't succeed without murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was Tim Mulligan's job as an archaeologist to find out about dead civilizations. And he was finding out about the Anasazi, the Indian cliff dwellers who inhabited the Great Canyon walls of the Southwest many centuries ago. It was late morning, June 22nd, the second day of summer, and Tim Mulligan was digging carefully in one of the caves high above the canyon floor when George Dillon, the owner of the property, and Tim's benefactor, climbed slowly up from the camp cave 30 feet below. He stopped to catch his breath.
George! What are you doing up here?
I wanted to see how you're getting along, Tim.
You shouldn't have done it. You're hard. Where's Tony Blake?
He's around somewhere. You're not going to snitch on me, are you, boy?
You're his responsibility, Pop. He's your doctor.
Yes, but he didn't join the outfit so he can take care of me.
What do you mean?
He wants me to take care of him.
Oh, that.
Yeah. And maybe I will, after he and my niece Marion get married. But right now, it's Indian history that's got all my attention.
Oh, yeah. Well, I dug up a grave, George.
Anasazi?
I think so. I haven't unwrapped the mummy yet.
Good. We can do that together. Come on, let's go. What's that?
The wind.
No, Tim. No wind ever made a sound like that. Sounds human. It is human. And it's coming from...
George, take it easy.
This is the cave.
There's no one in there.
The open grave. The Anasazi mummy. Tim.
This has got
to be a trick. Jim.
George.
My heart.
Where's the digitalis?
It's all right. I just lost my breath. I'll be all right.
Are you sure?
Yes. Help me down to the camp cave.
You bet. Let me call for Tony first. I feel a lot better with him around. Tony Blake. I guess he's out of range. Let's go. How is he, Tony?
He just fell asleep. Let's get away from this cave opening. I don't want him disturbed.
Okay.
Now, what about that ghost, Tim?
Somebody's trying to kill your patient, Doctor. Do you think he can be scared to death?
With his heart, anything can happen.
That's what I mean. Where's Marion?
Are you kidding?
Not this trip. You, Marion, and I are the only ones here with George. The others...
Well, that's where she went, to the others at the ranch house.
When?
This morning, while you were digging for your ghost. She was worried about her brother.
Oh, of course. It's been 4 days since Fraser went back to the house with Matt Casey to get provisions. I didn't realize...
Now, look, Tim, I got to talk to you about something.
Now?
Give up this crazy project.
Give it up?
It's not doing George any good. His heart can't take it.
I'm not his doctor, Tony.
And I am. So, what, he won't listen to me. As long as you're on the job, he wants to be with you. Don't you understand?
Yes, I think I do.
He's a defibrillator heart in a very bad shape, and the slightest stimulation...
You're not worried about that, Tony, are you?
What?
You've got an axe of your own to grind, and it's beginning to look like a battle axe.
Don't get dirty, Mulligan.
I'll try not to. You can't cut me out, so you're trying to move me out. Anything to get George's mind off Indians and onto your sanitarium project.
It's a darn sight more useful than digging for dried-up bones.
That depends on how much of a scientist you are.
I told you not to get dirty, Mulligan.
Stop waving those fists. You're liable to hit yourself in the face.
Tim! Tony!
George!
Come in here, both of you.
I thought you were sleeping.
I heard every word you two said out there. When do you think I'm going to die, Tony?
If you continue to stay here, George...
I'm going to stay here until Timothy finishes what he's doing.
And there's no telling. There's nothing I can do about it.
Are you quitting?
No, I'll be around if you need me.
You shouldn't have been so rough with him, Pop.
Tim.
Yeah, what, George?
Tim, do you really think somebody's trying to scare me to death?
It's possible.
That fellow?
I don't know. I'd rather not believe your own doctor's out to kill you.
He's the only one here with us, Tim. And if that sound we heard was not a ghost, but a rattlesnake.
Where?
In here someplace.
Now, stay where you are, George, and don't get excited. I'll look for it.
Wait.
Try not to get excited, George, and don't get off that cot.
You'll never find it, Tim.
It's in this cave, I will.
It isn't.
What?
It's in this wall next to me. Solid rock. And we can hear the rattle.
Oh, wait a minute, George.
I don't want to believe in ghosts, but nobody can make that sound come out of solid rock.
Oh, wait. All right, Pop, it's gone. We can relax. Yeah, Tony's right. This is a bad place for you.
I'm not afraid, Timothy.
But I am. I'd like to get you back to the ranch house where you might get an even break.
I'm not running away.
Good for you. I'm taking you away. Now, sit tight. I'll get Tony, and we'll load this up into the car.
Tim, does that mean you're giving up your work here?
No, indeed, Pop. It means I'm going into another business. Ghost hunting.
Well, George, as soon as we get to the ranch house, you start taking things easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind, Tony. Say, Tim.
Yeah?
How soon do you expect to go back to the camp?
Right after we get you set.
Good. I'll get Matt Casey to go back with you. He knows every inch of that canyon. And if someone's out there playing ghost, or was...
Don't be surprised if it was one of the Indians from the reservation.
Is that your theory, Tony?
They're very superstitious about their dead being dug up, Tim. Especially if they're going to be used as museum pieces.
That's enough of that. Slow down. There's the ranch house.
Oh, say, there's Fraser walking away from his car. Honk the horn, Tony.
Ah, look who's here. He must have come up just behind me. Is the expedition over?
Temporarily.
Give us a hand with the luggage, Fraser.
For you, Uncle George, anything. Where's the rest of the party?
What do you mean?
Matt Casey and Marion, of course. Are you trying to kid me?
Well, aren't they here?
No. Some joke, huh?
Frazier, Marion left this camp this morning. She was coming to see how you and Matt were getting along.
Matt and I? But Matt went back to camp 2 days ago. He took a truckload of provisions.
Are you sure?
Now, look, Tim, I was here when he left.
You smell as though you might be foggy about things.
I've had a few drinks, but I know what I'm talking about. I pick up the stuff in town, and Matt took it from here.
Why didn't you come back with him, Frazier?
I took a liking to civilization, Uncle George. So after Matt bounced off, I bounced back to town where the civilization is beautiful and lively. I got back a few minutes ago.
You were there for 2 whole days?
I couldn't help it. The attraction was magnetic.
Can it be proved, Frazier?
Don't be a comedian, Tim. What's mine is mine.
What about Marion?
I don't know, Tony. Sis might have been here. Say, maybe she hit for town.
For some lively civilization?
What does that mean, Mulligan?
Nothing personal, Dr. Blake. Why don't you take care of your patient while I go back to the camp to find out if the spirit is still functioning?
Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Anybody here? What? Oh, Tim.
Hello, Mary.
Where is everybody? Why didn't you answer me?
One question at a time, please.
I've been running around in circles all day. First the ranch house, nobody there. Then back to this.
I'm a little winded. Just give me time.
Where is everybody?
Everybody but Matt Casey is at the ranch house.
Why?
They gave up the ghost.
Huh?
What are you doing up here on top of the canyon wall?
Oh, this is going to be a national park someday. Monument to Indian culture. Don't you feel proud of what Uncle George is going to do?
I didn't see your car below, Marion.
Always stick to the subject. You can't lose that way. My car isn't parked in the canyon. I came up the back way for a change.
Mm-hmm. Bet you had a very good reason, too.
Perfect. I got tired of the canyon road.
Of course.
Matt Casey must have had the same feeling about it.
What?
Go look down there where my car is parked. His truck's there, too.
So?
Yes, and it's loaded to the hilt with provisions. I call that being very ruthless.
Yeah.
All that good food left down there to spoil. And I'm starving.
Well, at least you've got a doctor who can feed you vitamins.
Funny man.
Unless you're a ghost and you don't need vitamins.
What does that mean?
Haunt me and find out.
Are you crazy?
Try it. Say, ahai, ahai. Come on, say it in a very deep voice.
You are crazy.
As deep as you can make it. Ahai, ahai.
Yeah, I've always wondered about you archaeologists. Excuse me, I have a date with a
Now, wait a
mummy.
minute.
Now, listen, you...
Look.
What?
Lying under that rock.
I don't... You must be seeing things.
Yes, everything. And it's only the tail of a rattlesnake.
Why, how wonderful. Another item to your collection?
Would you mind if I picked it up?
I wouldn't mind if you wore it on your nose.
Thanks, I didn't know you cared. See? It still rattles.
Yeah, I know something else that rattles. What was that?
The ghost. I shook this rattle close to the rock and... Yes, all I've got to do is get this rock out of the way like this. Now... Ahai!
What's happening there?
Ahai! A perfect chimney right through the canyon wall. Would you like to make a voice test, Marion?
Me? No, thank you. I don't like to hear myself talk.
Not even in the interest of science?
Goodbye, Tim. I'm going home.
Oh, wait. I'm going with you. There's so much I'd like to tell your uncle about a hole in the ground.
Frazier. Uncle George, say, you had quite an experience up at the camp. Tony was just telling me about the ghost.
Yes, and it's occurred to me with Matt Casey missing...
Oh, he wouldn't try to kill me, Dr. Blake.
I didn't say that he would, George.
He's been working for me for 27 years. We're old friends. Frazier, I want you to organize a searching party for Matt.
All right, but if you ask me, he's going on a bender.
I don't think so.
He's done it before. Why, there were times when he'd bust out for a whole week.
He never did it when he had a special job to do. He knew we were waiting for those provisions at the camp.
Yes, that's right, Frazier.
Yes. He knew that I was waiting for something else that was much more important to me.
Something else?
Yes. Well, you might as well know about it now, Frazier. You too, Tony. I sent Matt Casey back here to type up a new will.
Oh?
Yep, I've decided to give all this property to the government for a national park.
Well, that's nothing new, if that's all you've decided.
That's all, Frazier. The rest of my property and all my cash go to you and Marion.
Uncle George.
Yeah?
Nothing. Just a swell guy. I'd better go out and organize that searching party.
Yeah. And this for you, Tony.
No sanitarium, huh?
Well, that's up to Marion. If she wants to set one up for you after I'm dead, she can do it. With my blessing.
Marion, still puzzles me.
Oh, please, Tim. I'm tired of you being puzzled.
Why did Matt Casey use this road instead of the canyon road?
Why is an archaeologist?
Would he have any reason for wanting to be heard but not seen?
Oh, dear.
Would you have any reason?
Excuse me. The company I keep.
All right, Marion, you don't have to talk to me. I don't wear a badge.
You don't know how pretty that makes you look.
I think I do. By the way, why don't you and Tony get married?
There's no hurry.
He's broke, isn't he? And a big sanitarium with his name all over it could solve an ugly problem.
Uncle George is Tony's patient.
By design.
What do you mean by that?
You brought Tony out here.
Well, suppose I did. That doesn't mean... Now, look here, Mr. Mulligan. I don't like your insinuations.
So there's one thing about the great Southwest that always fascinates me.
Don't change the subject.
Buzzards.
What?
Over there on that pile of rocks.
Well, you're not stopping, are you?
Of course. Where there are buzzards, there's death. And where there's death, I'm an archaeologist, remember?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I want to get back to the ranch house.
You will. I'll just take the ignition key out to make sure you don't do it without me. Would you like to join this expedition?
No.
Oh, that's too bad. You don't know how cultural those things can... Marion.
What is it, a pioneer?
There's a body under those rocks. A human body.
What? Timothy Mulligan, if you're kidding
Just
me...
a hand showing. Part of an arm.
Good heavens.
Looks like a man's.
He must have been caught in a rock fall. Well, let's dig him out. He might still be alive.
No, not with rigor mortis, Marion.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. His fingers. All right, Marion, we'd better start digging. It's going to take a little time. This one last rock. Now, come on. Heave. Don't relax. Keep going. Come on.
What was that?
We'll look later. Let's get this rock off first.
Sit down, Tim.
Yeah. Maybe it's better go back to the car.
What'd you pick up?
This roll of film. Must have been spread out under part of that rock. Maybe when the pile hit him, it bounced out of his pocket.
Oh, you.
And when we moved that rock, it snapped back on the roll.
You would think that important, wouldn't you? What's a dead body to you?
I'm sorry, Marion, but there's nothing we can do for Matt Casey except turn him over face up. Down.
No.
There are things I don't understand about this. Matt being here, and his truck 2 miles up the road, and an old hand like Matt being caught in a rock fall. What was he doing in this cave? Marion, don't look. Marion, for Pete's sake, get a grip on yourself. Here, let me take you back to the car.
Lord, you leave me
Now,
alone.
please, listen to me.
I've known him practically all my life. He was my uncle's oldest friend.
And listen to me and try to understand what I'm saying.
How are we going to tell Uncle George about this? How can
Marion. It was no accident. Matt was not killed by a rock fall.
What? What'd you say?
He was murdered.
Tim, I've had enough of you.
Now listen. Matt was clubbed to death and brought here.
I don't want to hear any more.
And look. He was lying in the sand, face down. His face was covered with blood. Dried blood. But the sand is clean. You see what I mean?
Please, take me back to the ranch house. I'm afraid I'm going to be very sick.
That you, Fraser?
No, George. It's Marion and Tim.
Marion, darling, where have you been?
Not now, Tony. We've got to talk to Uncle George.
What's the matter? I thought it might be Fraser. He went out to organize a searching party for Matt Casey.
Oh. Well...
What is it, Marion?
Tim, maybe you better do the talking. I don't feel up to it.
What's wrong? Where's Matt?
I'll tell you, George, but I want you to sit down. Take it easy.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Where's Matt?
I say nothing until you sit down.
He's dead, isn't he? Oh, my Lord. Matt.
Tony. It's all right, Tim. I'll know what to do.
Where'd you find him?
Under a rock fall on the county road.
Matt? Under a rock fall? Did you bring him back with you?
No.
We left him there. I had to notify the sheriff.
Sheriff?
He was murdered, Uncle George. All the evidence is there. We didn't want to disturb a thing.
Murdered? Matt,
George, get the Where is it? In the bottle in the dresser in George's room. Quick. Marion, get the glass of water and the spoon. George. George, it's going to be all right. It'll be all right. Can you hear, George? Tim, Marion.
Here, Tony. Anything I can do?
Yes, get Marion a drink of that water.
Marion.
The cupboard door was stuck. I couldn't get it.
Here, give me that spoon. The worst attack I've ever seen have. Now, if I get him to swallow this stuff.
Oh, he's spitting it out.
Squeeze. You've got to get it down. Marion, hold his head back.
I can't.
Hold it back, I tell you. Now, Tim, I want you to force his jaws apart. Now, keep his mouth open. I've got to get this stuff down. There's no time to lose. All right. That's it. Now, I'll make sure. The water will push it down. There. Now, let him relax. Here, Tim, take this bottle. I'm going to check his pulse.
What's wrong? But the digitalis isn't working. Never acted like that after taking the medicine. George! Uncle George, please.
It's all over, Marion. He's dead.
I didn't think, Tony. I just thought without thinking.
Marion, there's no use blaming yourself anymore. It was bound to happen sooner or later.
I didn't have to throw it at him. I didn't have to yell murder.
Now, here. There you are. Take this pill.
What is it?
A sedative.
No,
Come on. Be good to yourself. You'll sleep for a few hours.
Who's that?
I don't know. Now, look, dear, you're as jumpy as a bee. Now, take this.
Tony.
Oh, Fraser.
Come outside for a few minutes. I want to talk to you.
All right.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Marion? You've been crying.
Uncle George is dead.
What?
He had a heart attack. And it was my fault.
Oh, no. Dead?
Tim and I found Matt Casey's body under a rock fall off the county road. It looked like murder, and I, like a fool, like a stupid, hysterical fool, I couldn't keep it to myself.
I wasn't going to tell him. I was going to let you, Tony, break it to him easy.
What do you mean?
Well, we found Matt's body. It was wrapped up in a blanket. I guess Tim must have done that to keep the buzzards off.
But did you tell the sheriff?
No, a couple of the men took the body to the mortician in town. We thought... Tony, how quick did he go? Uncle George.
Too quick, Fraser. Even the digitalis couldn't help him.
It couldn't help him.
Nothing good, Fraser, when it's not used.
Oh, what do you mean,
Here's
Tim?
the bottle with the digitalis label on it. I want you to taste its contents, Dr. Blake.
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying. Go ahead, taste it.
I put that label on there myself.
I'm sure you did. And I'm sure you meant to do the right thing. Well, what's it taste like?
Quinidine sulfate.
Yes, that's what I thought. A powerful heart stimulant. When that gets into a fibrillator heart, it becomes a killer.
Tim!
I'm afraid so, Marion.
No, Uncle George was not murdered. I'll never believe it.
That bottle proves it, whether you believe it or not. How about it, Tony?
I don't understand.
Did you have quinidine sulfate in your collection of bottles?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that I... Now, look here, Tim. I'm the only doctor for miles around. I keep a lot of medicines for emergency purposes.
Of course.
Can't you two fight this out some other time and some other place?
Now, wait a minute, Fraser.
I don't want any more talk. Not right now, anyway.
Okay. I'll say no more. Until the sheriff gets here.
I'll send for him myself.
Good.
Later. I think Marion and I should have some time to ourselves, don't you? Before Uncle George becomes Exhibit A.
Well, that's your privilege. Well, if anyone should want me, I'll be in my room, wondering about things. Oh, Marion.
You've been in here so long, I thought you'd died.
Such luck.
What are you doing?
I'm developing.
What?
Not my muscles, honey.
Not your personality, either.
Touche. Did Fraser send for the sheriff?
I don't know. He's been hibernating in the study all afternoon. Now, look, Tim.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to believe a lot of things you've said about murder.
That's so kind of you.
But is it going to do anybody any good to make a fuss about it?
Won't do the killer any good.
Be reasonable. Fraser and I are very rich now. And I'm very much in love with Tony.
I'm a stubborn cuss, Marion, when I'm right. And you haven't got enough money to make me think wrong.
How much do you want?
Nothing. Excuse me, Marion. I want to switch on the lights.
Suppose I were to kill you.
Huh? Oh, in that case, I'd be dead.
No one would ever know. Fraser and Tony wouldn't tell. Think about it, Tim.
This is the stuff. There, Marion.
You'll disappear. It can be done, Timothy. There's a lot of open land out here. Places people don't go to.
Think of the place you'd go to, Marion. Here. I want to show you something.
Tim!
Now, listen, Marion. I've got a lot of friends in New York, and they know where I am. And if they don't hear from me, they're going to wonder and ask a lot of questions. So put down that gun and come over here.
I'm not interested in a strip of film.
But you should be. This is the film we found next to Matt's body. And it tells an amazing story.
What?
Yeah. Do you see those 4 dark streaks on the negative?
Well, what about them?
Now, they all start at one point and then spread like a fan. The first one is short, the second one's a little longer, the third one is the longest, and the fourth one is shorter.
So, what does it prove?
It proves, Marion, that the sun is a witness. And right here on this negative, it's pointing 4 fingers at a murderer.
What?
Now, stop that gun.
Oh, no.
Yeah. A twist of the wrist, and we're equals again. Shall we go now? I'd like to see the other members of your family, present and future.
You'll never convince me, Mulligan, that 4 streaks on a negative mean murder.
How about letting me try, Tony?
You also said, Tim, that you know who killed Matt Casey.
Oh, I did say that, didn't I, Fraser?
Yes.
I'll go a step further. The person who killed Matt also killed George.
I've had enough of this. I want you to get out of here, Tim.
In time. But whether you listen to me or not doesn't matter. I know you'll listen to the sheriff.
All right, Tim. Prove your sunstreak theory.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Marion and I found this film next to Matt's body. He was lying at the entrance to a cave, and the rocks were piled high.
So?
No sun or light flooded that cave. The film wasn't ruined, but somehow one ray of sun got through between the rocks and left these marks on the film.
But where's the murderer, Tim?
In this room, Fraser. Today is the 22nd of June. Yesterday was the first day of summer, the longest day of the year. Do you see now what these streaks mean?
That's still a lot of nonsense.
The day before yesterday was shorter, and the day before that still shorter. The position of the sun changes every day. As the days get longer, the sun rises higher. Anybody want to question that fact?
Oh, I see what you mean, Tim. According to that evidence, Matt was killed 4 days ago.
Yes, Tony. He didn't return to camp 2 days ago, as Fraser told us.
Fraser!
Oh, what's the use? It's going to be found out sooner or later. Nobody believed Tony would deliberately give Uncle George the wrong medicine.
Fraser!
I didn't plan it that way when I started. I was going to frighten him to death, but it didn't work, so I came back here and switched labels on the bottles. The medicines looked alike, the same color. I would have done anything then to get Uncle George out of the way.
Why, Fraser?
Well, up at the camp, I overheard him talking to Matt Casey about a new will.
Yes?
I didn't know what was going into it, but I was sure he was going to cut me out. He didn't like some of the people I've been fooling around with in town.
So you killed Matt Casey to keep him from bringing back the new will?
Yes. But if I'd only read the thing before I burned it, Uncle George would be alive now. I'd have known. Lord help me, I'd have known.
That's right, Tim. George told us. This whole estate goes to Marion and Fraser, except his property.
Yes, the national park. Fraser, why didn't you fix those bottles after you switched them?
I'd have known. He told me and I'd forgotten what I'd done. I was too happy. Too happy.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Sun is a Witness, based on a story by Aaron Mark Stein. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Raymond Edward Johnson played Tim Mulligan, and Sidney Smith was Tony Blake. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very exciting story of a boat ride that was planned by death. It's called The Grey Mist Murders by Constance and Gwyneth Little. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
We're not acting like two kids, are we, May?
Why shouldn't we if that's the way we feel? Who has more fun than kids anyhow?
Oh, I wish next week would hurry up and get here. You couldn't do anything about rushing it, could you?
No, that doesn't mean I haven't tried. Last night I put on my bridal gown, closed my eyes, and said to myself, this time next week I'll be Mrs. Dan Sanford. Oh, Dan, you made me so happy. Don't ever disappoint me, will you?
I'll try not to. May, I have something I want to...
No, not right now, Dan. There'll be no talking for the next 30 seconds. That's an order.
May, let's stop for a minute and be sensible.
Who wants to be sensible? After next week, I'll be sensible for the rest of my life.
There may not be a next week if you listen to what I'm going to tell you.
Never heard a better reason for not listening to anything in my whole life. Besides, I don't have to listen, Dan. I know what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me what business you're in. But I already know.
You do?
Certainly. And I'm going to help you. Even though I know your business is murder.
You're not nervous, are you, Dan?
Oh, me, Professor? No, I'm not nervous.
Nothing to be nervous about. You have the rope?
Yeah, sure, I have it. See? It's a noose, just like you told me.
All right, then. Open the door, quietly. You'll find your victim seated in a chair, his back to the door.
All right.
You are nervous, aren't you? What is it, Dan? The job or the girl you're going to marry next week?
I'm okay, I tell you.
Never mind telling me. Show me.
You just watch.
Very well. The door, Dan. Quietly. Hold the rope ready. That's right. Walk over slowly.
All right.
Now! Hey, you! Man, you fool! Let go of the rope! All right, Billy. Take it off your neck.
Holy mackerel, Professor, this guy could have killed me with that rope.
That was the general idea of the dress rehearsal. Only it didn't work. Dan, if that rope were around Billy's neck properly, he'd have made no outcry. I've explained that to you a dozen times.
I tried, Professor.
Yes, I imagine you did. I would suggest you watch Billy demonstrate the technique. He's already done 2 perfect jobs on victims for me. Assignments on which he acquitted himself admirably.
Oh, was it nothing, Professor?
I think it was. I'll show Dan how you do it, Billy. After all, he's one of us now. And he should be trained.
Holy mackerel, I've showed him 1,000 times already. Look, stupid. You grab the rope like this.
Yeah.
You slip it over a guy. And then
Never mind
pull
doing
up.
it now. Show him when you two are alone. I'd rather you both left me alone at the moment.
Hey, you gonna play that music box again?
The new music box, Billy. The one you brought back to me after your last assignment. It's a beautiful addition to my collection. Would you like to listen to it?
Yeah, I would.
Very good. Listen. Isn't that beautiful?
Not to me, it ain't.
Well, you wouldn't understand. Do you, Dan? Well, do you understand how these music boxes I have in this room represent so much to me? How they make me an individual, apart and above everyone in this world?
Well, I don't exactly understand that.
Very few people would. But it doesn't matter. Dan, I have an assignment for you. You're first.
Yes, Professor?
There is a beautiful music box, a most unusual music box in the possession of a man named Daly. I want it, Dan. Tomorrow night.
Yes, Professor.
The music box is in his safe. I'll give you a plan of the room and leave the rest to you. Daly is very wealthy. There'll be money and jewels in the safe.
What do I do with them?
You'll bring them back to me, of course. And you'll receive your share. But the music box you bring back, that belongs to me. Alone.
Sit down, Markham, sit down. Nice of you to drop into my office.
Thank you, Vance. Always glad to see you. I'd phoned, except that this is something I'd like to talk to you about in person.
The district attorney making a personal appearance. Be careful, Markham, or you'll have a review of this meeting in Variety.
They'd have nothing to print, Vance, because that's exactly what we have in 2 identical murders which have occurred in the past 2 weeks.
Oh? Sounds interesting, my friend. What's the complete story?
It's just this. 2 wealthy men in this city have been killed, strangled by a rope. Apparently they interrupted robberies in their homes because the safes of both had been ransacked. We know a lot of money and securities were stolen.
And the killer left no indication of his identity?
None we can find. Sergeant Heath's looking for some kind of a lead right now. He's been working on the murder since they happened.
Heath's a good man. If there's anything to be found, he'll uncover it. What did you want me to do?
Find whoever it is who is responsible for the killings.
Mm-hmm.
Only I can give you nothing at all to work on, Vance, except that I'm reasonably certain both were done by the same man or men.
That isn't much, is it, Markham?
No.
I'll tell you something very strange, though. I'd rather have one little clue than too many. Too many clues are confusing.
I understand. I wish I could...
Telephones have no manners, have they? Just a minute, Markham. Vance speaking.
Hi, Vance. It's Sergeant Heath, homicide. District attorney isn't there by any chance, is he?
Why, yes, he is.
Oh, his secretary wasn't sure if he was going to see you or not. Put him on, will you?
Certainly. For you, Markham, it's Heath.
Thank you. Yes, Heath?
Mr. Markham, I think maybe we're getting a break in those rope killings. I checked the stuff stolen from both of the men, and guess what?
Heath, please.
Okay, I'll tell you. You see, both of the dead guys are not only rich, but they each had a music box in their safe. It's not one of those 5 and dime things, but real valuable antiques. Now, I think that means something.
Yes, it might. Well, thanks for letting me know, Heath.
No, it's okay, dear. So long.
Bye. You hear that, Vance?
Yes, I did. Very interesting, Markham.
It isn't to me. Not until I find out what is meant by the fact that 2 music boxes were stolen.
You want to know what it means? I'll tell you. It means that the killer has made his first mistake.
The French doors are right there, Dan. They open to the library. The safe is in the library.
Thanks, May. You've been wonderful.
Haven't done anything I didn't want to. You're the man I love, the man I'm going to marry. This is the work you picked out for yourself, and I've got to help you.
You've been perfect. Getting this job as a maid in this house, getting me the combination of the safe just so my first assignment for the professor will work out. Honey, I can't thank you enough.
Don't try. I left the French doors unlocked before I left. Let's go, Dan. Let's get this over with.
All right. Here's for the doors.
Oh, I should have oiled them.
Nobody heard that. Come on, then.
Okay.
There. Here's your flashlight, mate.
Here we are. There's a safe right over there, Dan.
That's it now. Hold the light on this piece of paper for a minute.
Sure.
12 left, 13 right, 14 left, 1 right. The combination. Now throw that beam on the safe now.
There it is. Put your glove on and go to work.
That's you. No fingerprints on this job. Just one music box in the safe for the professor and part of the money in the safe for us.
What's that, Dan, please?
Don't get nervous, honey. We're all right. If anybody interrupts us, I have this rope the professor gave me. I had to know how to use it, bleeding into it.
I hope you don't have to, Dan.
I know. I don't want to either. If it has to be somebody's neck or eye, believe me, it's going to be somebody else's.
Dan.
Huh? What?
I thought I heard a noise just now. A footstep.
I didn't hear it. Yeah. I do. Somebody's coming. You must have woke somebody up.
Let's get out of here.
No, you stay right here. I'm going over to the door. My rope and me are going to surprise whoever it is.
Dan, the doorknob's turning.
I know, I see it.
What's going on here?
Nothing you're going to remember, friend.
Oh, Dan. Dan, don't do it. Leave him alone. Don't kill him. Let's get out of here, Dan, please. Dan, you've done it. You murdered him. Let's get out, Dan, while we have a chance.
All right. I guess we'd better. Only what'll the professor say when I tell him I didn't get his music box?
Yes, I understand, Ben. I understand very well what happened.
No, I'm glad, Professor. You see, it really wasn't my fault. I had the whole job planned perfectly when that daily had to come downstairs just when I was working on the safe.
Yes, that was too bad.
For him, yeah.
For you, too.
Well, why, Professor? All I did was... Hey, cut that out.
The music box Daly had. It's still in his safe.
Professor, don't slap me around. I couldn't help it. Professor.
It's a beautiful thing. Picture of it was in the paper Sunday. A lovely thing. 200 years old. I could kill you. I could.
Professor, please, give me another chance. I'll get it for you. Honest, I will. I'll get it for you tonight.
Oh, no, you won't. It'll be a long time before I trust you with another assignment. Billy will get me that music box. Billy won't fail me. We'll wait a few days until the excitement of Daly's death dies down. And then Billy will get it for me.
Honest, Professor, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. You don't know what being sorry is. I know. I don't have that music box.
Philo Vance speaking.
Markham Vance, I think our long association's begun to do me some good.
Really, Markham? I assure you I'm completely complimentary. What's going on?
Have you seen the papers this morning?
Yes, why?
You probably missed this item, but there was a little notice saying that one of the most rare and valuable music boxes ever to come to this country is on sale at Joseph's Antique Shop.
That is interesting.
Interesting. It's going to break our case, these music box murders, Vance. But you see what'll happen?
Suppose you tell me.
All right. You yourself said that the music boxes are the keys to the recent killing. Somebody is music box mad. I feel that whoever it is will try to buy that instrument at Joseph's. Either try to buy it or try to steal it.
That's completely reasonable.
I just saw the item in the newspaper this minute, Vance. Will you meet me at Joseph's? We can work this out together.
Certainly, Markham, if you want me to, I'll meet you. Only I have an idea. We'll get there just a little bit too late.
Try throwing the rope, Billy. Throw it this time.
Holy mackerel, Professor. I'm beginning to feel like a cowboy. I too could work with the rope close up, don't I? What do I have to practice throwing it for?
Sometimes you can't get close enough to your victim to slip it over his neck. You see that statue on the pedestal over there?
Yeah, sure.
Throw the noose over the head of the statue from here. Throw it over the head and then yank it. The head.
Okay, Professor, but ain't that hunk of statue worth a lot of dough? You know, I'm liable to break it when I yank it.
If breaking that statue will help you sometime on a job, Billy, it's worth what it cost me. Throw that rope.
Okay, if you say so. Here goes. Holy mackerel, I done it.
Good. You're a much better pupil than Dan is. You did a good job, Billy. And as a reward, I have a special assignment for you. Tonight.
Oh, yeah?
An assignment that will give me a wonderful music box. And get you at least $15,000 or $20,000. What do you have to say to that?
Me? See, all I can say is, holy mackerel.
This is District Attorney Markham. The music box murder case concerns the killing of 3 men, all of whom owned valuable antique music boxes, 2 of which were stolen. We have no other clues to the identity of the killer or man in the back of the killings, But an item in today's newspaper telling of a new music box to be sold at Joseph's Antique Shop gave me an idea. And along with Philo Vance, I've gone to the shop and This is one time, Vance, when I believe I've anticipated what you would have done. We have a murderer and a new music box in this store. The murderer will want that music box. You'll either get it first or get a lead to him.
If you say so, Markham. I told you what I thought, though.
If we'd be a little late?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. We'll know in a minute now. Coming?
Definitely.
Your pleasure, gentlemen.
We're interested in that music box we read about in the papers today.
We have an excellent collection of Chinese jade. Should you care to
My
see it?
friend inquired about the music box.
Oh, the music box. So many people inquire about the music box. Could I interest you in some antique chairs, perhaps? We have some that are 150 years old, colonial chairs. Now, let me show them to you. Now, where are they? I'm suddenly excited. Did you gentlemen see any chairs on the floor that are 150 years old?
We don't see a chair that looks a day over 125 years.
Look, my good man, what about that music box? All you've told us is that several people were inquiring about it.
Oh, that's been sold first thing this morning, as a matter of fact.
Look, I want to know the name and address of the purchaser of that music box. Can you give it to me?
Why, yes, if you like. I don't even have to look it up. I can't remember a face or forget a name. As a matter of fact, the name of the man who bought that box was John Smith.
John Smith? Well, that's too bad.
It is?
Yes. It's obviously a fictitious name. And any address he gave you would be equally fictitious. I'm sorry I brought you down here, Vance. I guess we'll have to find some other way to look for our killer.
I didn't mind coming with you, Markham. And as for finding some other way to look for our killer, I think I've thought of a way to have him look for me.
Hold still, Dan. Please hold still.
Honey, that water hurts.
Water won't hurt anything. Gotta fix your face. It's pretty badly bruised.
It should be. After the professor slapped me around for messing up that daily job last night, he had Billy go to work on me. That guy doesn't fool.
Oh, sorry, darling. Dan, let me ask you something.
Oh, some other time.
Now, you'll still stay with the professor, regardless of what he's done to you and had Billy do to you?
Sure, why not? I messed up a job. I deserve what I got.
Nobody's got the right to hurt you, Dan. Nobody at all. I take that back. One person has.
Who's that?
I have the right to hurt you, Dan. Because I love you so much.
Vance, what's the plan you have for making the music box murderer come to you?
Oh, I'm afraid I'll never be a carpenter, Markham. Even though I think that nail I just drove into the wall will hold this pulley.
Nice evading of it. Breaking company?
No. It might be my secretary, Miss Deering. She might have brought some papers from the office. I'll see.
Good enough. Tell Ellen hello for me if you're not inviting her in.
Ellen wouldn't wait for an invitation. Yes?
You're Philo Vance.
Why, yes. Won't you come in?
I must come in. I've got to talk to you. Vance, you... Oh.
My friend is District Attorney Markham.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
Maybe it's just as well he's here. Listen, Vance. Do you want to know who's in back of these rope murders?
We most certainly do, young lady. Who are you?
Well, the name is May Terry, only that won't mean anything to you. Now, listen carefully. There's a man named Professor Davis who planned all three of the murders. Catch him, and you'll have the real killer.
How do you know that?
Never mind how I know. All I'm telling you is that I'm getting even for something the professor did. And there's a stooge involved in this. Somebody named Billy something or other. He's the muscle man for the professor. He's the guy who uses the rope.
This is very interesting, Miss Terry. You know where the professor and his accomplice can be found?
No, but that shouldn't be too hard for you to find out. That's one reason I didn't go directly to the police. I came to Vance because I had information but no proof. No idea where this professor is.
And you say that the professor has an assistant named Billy who committed all the crimes?
But that's right. Oh, they'll deny it, of course, if and when you find them. But they did the killings together. The professor wanted music boxes. That's what he wanted out of the murders.
We figured as much. But you don't know where we can find either the professor or Billy?
No.
Well, it seems to me, Vance, that we're indebted to this young lady for her information. But she hasn't helped us very much. We're in exactly the same situation we were in before she came.
Not exactly, Markham. We now know what we only suspected before. Can you reach Sergeant Heath on the telephone?
Of course, why?
You'll need him to make an arrest, won't you? You see, I have a way that's guaranteed to make the music box murderer face the music.
You're crazy, May. You're mad. You couldn't have gone to Philo Vance and told him about the professor.
Oh, no, that's what you think, Dan. Nobody's going to slap my man around and get away with it. I also told Vance the Professor's stooge Billy did all 3 murders. You hear that, Dan? All 3. And Vance, believe me, you're in the clear now. Get out of town fast. I'll meet you somewhere.
Oh, why did you do a stupid thing like that, May? You spoiled everything. The Professor will find out about it. Neither of us will be safe then. We'll be...
Dan! Dan, darling, what's happened? Dan!
Hang up the phone, Billy.
Dan!
Mighty fine work, throwing. Here's our ex-ally, Dan, where he should be and the way he should be.
Holy mackerel. Look, that was a good toss I made with that rope, huh?
Yes, it was. And now, Billy, we're ready for our next assignment.
Well, what do we do about the dame this guy Dan was going to marry?
Well, we'll take care of her, of course. But our next move has to do with a music box.
Oh, again?
Yes, Billy, again. I have the name and address of the purchaser of that special music box Joseph's antique shop had on sale. And we're going to get it. From the purchaser.
Holy mackerel. He ain't going to have it long, is he?
No, he's not. And we won't be bothered with Dan on this job. It's just as well we got rid of him. I think he would have made trouble for us.
He won't make no trouble for anybody anymore.
No, that's right. Now, Billy, as for the job tonight.
Yeah.
We go to apartment 21 at 50 London Avenue. The apartment belongs to a man named John Smith.
Oh, you got the name and address from the antique shop owner, huh?
Yes, I did. We will go there. You carry your rope, and I'll bring some money. Mr. John Smith will listen to the way my money talks, or to what your rope has to say. A kitchen door is always easier to open than a front door, Billy. This one will be opened in a second.
Holy mackerel, Professor, you don't have to be so quiet. We banged on the front door of this apartment. Nobody answers. That means nobody's home.
We're less likely to be seen working the kitchen entrance, Billy. There. That's it.
Yeah.
One good thing about picking a lock, we can always bolt the door behind us and make sure of not being interrupted.
Yeah, sure.
This is John Smith's apartment, where we are going to get that music box I want. Apparently the tenant is out. And that music box is either in a safe or the living room.
Which we're in right now. Now, how do we find
Billy, look, on that table, it's the music box. It's the most beautiful box I've ever seen. Come over here, quick.
Yeah, okay, I'm coming. Oh, God, that is pretty, ain't it? Huh?
I want to hear it.
Oh, now wait till we get home.
No, I won't. I've got to listen to it now. I'll raise the lid. Billy.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful, only not to me. Personally, I prefer swing stuff. Now, you take that then. Hey, somebody's in the next room. Come on, Professor, let's get out of here.
Oh, I'm ready. I've got the music box. Out the front door, Billy. Hurry.
You'll have to tell me twice. I'm hurrying. Come on, let's get out. There's a rope around your neck. I ran into a noose. Now, your hands are free. Get the noose off my neck. Trying to get it off.
Hurry. The quicker you get it off, the quicker I take you two down to headquarters.
Put your hands up, both of
All
you.
right.
Come on, put them up. We don't have all day.
All right.
Sergeant Heath, you'd better take them along.
Sure, DA. Anything you say. Come on, you two guys. We want you both for a lot of murders. And you both ought to thank your lucky stars that rope you ran into didn't choke one of you to death.
Yes, they should, Heath. They should thank their lucky stars for that. And we should thank Philo Vance for trapping them for us. Although I still don't know how he did it.
It is a pretty instrument, isn't it, Markham?
Vance, I want to know a lot of things, none of which has anything to do with that music box. How did you get the professor to come up to your apartment so Sergeant Heath and I could grab him?
I asked you two to be there. You were there, weren't you?
Of course, and we have their confessions. What brought them to your place? I thought they'd head for the apartment of whoever that John Smith really was.
They did. I was John Smith, Markham.
I beg your pardon?
I saw that item in the newspaper before you called me about it. Went to Joseph, bought the music box, and gave the name of John Smith, but my real address. I knew the music box would prove a lure our murderer couldn't resist.
Well, that's fine. And I thought I was so clever in reasoning out a plan to trap the professor. That it was a fine plan, only you thought of it first.
Oh, I just got the newspaper before you did, Markham, that's all. I rigged up that rope and pulley in my place, changed the name on my mailbox to John Smith, and had you and Sergeant Heath planted there, because I was relatively certain that the professor would come calling. And then, if he heard a noise, would be hastily leaving.
Well, Heath made the noise all right on your instructions, Vance. And the professor and Billy ran right into the noose you had fixed up by your door. I wonder how the professor felt when that rope was around his neck.
Probably he regarded it as an omen of things to come. When he ran into the middle of my rope, he knew he was at the end of his rope.
That's right. And we're at the end of the music box murder case.
Calling all detectives. You'd think a private detective sees enough of crime. But I once went out looking for murder. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jery Browning, private detective. It doesn't take a private detective like me, Jery Browning, to realize that everything is relative. The telegram was from the little town of Pendleton, and it said, "I'm coming to spend a few days with you. Save your big cases until I arrive. Signed, Enoch Browning." It was just like Uncle Enoch, a man who never bothered with details, such as when he'd be arriving, at what station, or the possibility that I might be busy.
"Jery, put away your gadgets. Kith and kin come a-calling."
I grinned. "Uncle Enoch, I just got your wire this minute. Come on in." Uncle Enoch Browning came in, plumped his old-fashioned telescope suitcase on my desk.
"No crooks in the closet, are there, Jery?"
The detecting business is a bit slow right now. There's nobody here but us Brownings.
"Oh, you mean nobody took a shot at you today?"
"Nary a one, Uncle. But I will take you out and buy you some dinner."
"Dinner be hanged. I come to town for excitement. Jery, let's go out and dig you up a murder."
When my Uncle Enoch arrived from Pendleton, he wanted me to serve him up a nice, fresh murder. The best I could offer him was a behind-the-scenes tour of the Police Homicide Bureau.
"You call this a crime bureau? Why, those men are playing pinochle."
I shrugged and looked apologetic. "I guess it's slow all over, Uncle." Before he could make any more cracks, I steered him into Lieutenant Dawson's office. When Enoch demanded a murder to help solve, Dawson grinned.
"Ain't enough crime to go around, sir. Your nephew solves them before they get real started."
Dawson winked at me, and Uncle Enoch snorted.
"Lieutenant Dawson, where at your place the underworld hangs out at?" "Well, Mr. Browning, you couldn't do better than the Purple Slipper."
I groaned. The Purple Slipper was a flossy nightclub where larceny ran high, but was confined to the check. Uncle Enoch didn't realize that Dawson was kidding, insisted on going to the club at once. Dawson egged him on, finally added,
"You two go on, and I'll join you later."
So, there we were, in the middle of the crush at the Purple Slipper. I slipped Charlie, the head waiter, $5. He palmed it fast, and in 2 minutes had a table for us. I told Charlie to leave an extra chair at the table for a late arrival. Charlie just glared at me and stalked off. I stared after him. Wonder what's biting him.
He's mortified because I caught him, low-down crook. Thought he could get away with picking your pocket. Here's your $5 bill back. I plucked it from his thieving fingers.
Oh, no. Unc, order yourself a drink. I'll be right back. I found Charlie, straightened things out with him at the expense of still another $5 bill, told him that I was expecting Dawson. Then I went on back to our table, found a tall glass of lemonade there, but no Uncle Enoch. I finally found him, in Big Mike Hardock's private office. Uncle Enoch was sitting next to a youngster I recognized as Winthrop Walker III, a kid with a lot of dollars and no sense. Walker and Big Mike, who owned the Purple Slipper, were playing casino. Uncle Enoch was kibitzing. I swallowed hard. What are you doing in here, Uncle Enoch? This is a private game.
What's private about casino? It's a game for children.
Big Mike grunted.
Not at $5,000 a hand, it ain't.
He glanced at me briefly.
If this character belongs to you, Browning, get him out of here.
Winthrop Walker shook his head.
He stays. He's bringing me luck.
Walker was right, except that he didn't say what kind of luck. Because on the next deal, as Big Mike shuffled the cards...
Mike, you just slipped a 10 of diamonds up your sleeve. You've been cheating right along, and I won't pay off.
Walker grabbed at Big Mike's arm. There was a scuffle, and a moment later...
You see, Jery? This is a den of murderers. Arrest that man. Why don't you arrest him?
It was a good question, especially with Big Mike's gun pointing at me. Well, you and I better be going, Uncle Enoch.
Sit down. Nobody's going no place.
We ain't scared of you, mister. Our friend Lieutenant Dawson's coming here first, and if he don't find us, you'll be in trouble.
That did it. Big Mike phoned outside, talked to Charlie, confirmed that we really were expecting Dawson.
Browning, you're going back to your table with the old gent. When Dawson comes, get rid of him. After that, we'll do whatever needs doing.
With two of Big Mike's gun-toting bouncers to back up his orders, I had no choice except to obey. They took us back to our table and then stood over us. Uncle Enoch took a big drink of his lemonade, looked around with enjoyment. At last, he was having fun. Then I got an idea. Let me taste that lemonade, Uncle Enoch. Big Mike's boys didn't say anything as I took the glass. When I fumbled and dropped a match into it, they just sneered at my nervousness. I fished out the match, then started fooling with a cigarette. Along about then, Dawson came in.
Hello, Jery, Mr. Browning. Catch any criminals yet?
Bouncers moved in on us. I smiled at Dawson. Uncle Enoch and I have a special date, and you are not included, Dawson, so run along. Dawson looked hurt and protested. Finally said,
Okay, if you don't want my company.
He got up from the table. I picked up the cigarette. Here, Dawson, smoke this for old time's sake. Outside. Dawson stared at me and took the cigarette and stalked out. One of the bouncers tapped my shoulder.
You did that okay. Now let's go for a ride.
I got up slowly. I wanted to make that last mile last as long as possible. My one chance was that Dawson would smoke the cigarette as instructed. The bouncers herded us outside to the lobby, and then it happened. Dawson was standing in the lobby and firing his gun at the ceiling.
Don't anybody move! The place is surrounded!
Well, that's all there was to it. The police got Big Mike, and Uncle Enoch was a hero. But it was Dawson who sent out the riot call after he lit that cigarette and read my one-word message on it. Help. I dipped a match into the lemonade and written the word on the cigarette paper. Lemon juice is a wonderful invisible ink, and it shows up as brown writing when the paper is heated. Like I said, no matter what odds are against you, if you act slow and think fast, you can even make a killer holler uncle. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jery Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
As district attorney, protecting the citizens of this county from criminal violence is one of my biggest jobs. Unfortunately, such protection isn't always possible. We are always on guard, quick to take preventive measures to ensure the safety of everyone. But often a situation arises that we cannot foresee. A person with no previous criminal record decides to go wrong, and in doing so commits bodily harm. In a case of this kind, as we're about to see, the remedy can only begin after a victim is paid with his or her life. Is this all right?
I told you to stop back there. We're too close.
You've got to be able to grab him when he unlocks that door, ain't we?
Too close. They'll see me.
Here comes something now. Is that the guy?
Yeah. And he's looking right at me. He knows me.
You don't know from nothing. Look, he's heading for the door. He'd have said hello if he recognized you.
He fired me a week ago. Why would he want to say hello?
Why don't you relax? Let's go, Pete.
Yeah.
Sorry, gentlemen. Store won't be open for business for another 30 minutes.
Done? Yeah. And the store's open for us right now. Let's go inside. Leave the door open.
Okay, mister. Now head for the safe. But we don't have a safe. We don't keep money here.
You want to head for the safe, or do you want to get hurt?
All right. All right. I don't want any trouble.
Well, come on. Let's get moving.
What's the matter? You nervous?
Yes, I am. Listen, I'll do anything you say. I don't want any trouble.
Smart boy.
Here it is.
All right, get it open.
Sure. It'll only take a minute. Just a minute. There.
Get the dope, Pete.
That's all of it now. I guess you want to tie me up or something?
We're going to do more than that, Mr. D.
Mrs. Forden.
You crazy or something? What are you doing in here?
I tell you, this man recognized me, and I intend to do something about it.
We're supposed to stay in the car.
Give me that gun.
No, don't do that. I won't say anything. I promise I won't say anything. No!
You're darn right you won't say anything.
You crazy dame. Let's get out of here. Man works 10 years getting to be manager of a store. Some trigger-happy punk cuts him down with a couple of bullets. Well, there he is, Chief.
I suppose there's a family.
Yeah. A wife and 3 kids, according to the lieutenant. The oldest kid is 10. Now I'm going to get some real enjoyment out of cracking this one.
That goes double on it. Did anyone witness the holdup?
Yeah. Plenty of gawkers outside now. Nobody was around when it happened.
Make a canvass of the neighborhood. See if anyone noticed a car near the place at the time of the crime. Spend the whole day if you have to.
Okay.
Is there a telephone handy?
Yeah, right over there. I'll see you later, Chief.
District Attorney's Office.
Miss Miller, I'd like you to make a quick checkup on something. We've had a robbery here. I don't know how much money yet, but whoever did it killed the manager of the place at the same time. I want these people, and I want them fast. so get me a police report on any known hold-up artist who might be in this area.
Where are you, Mr. Garrett?
The Barlow Supermarket on Grove Street, but I won't be here long. I'm going into headquarters for a ballistics report as soon as they can give it to me. Then I want to make an unofficial call. There's a family in the neighborhood that's suddenly without a father. I'm going to see if I can be of any immediate help to them.
Where can I get you then?
I'll call you back in about an hour.
What do you got the door locked for?
What do you think? If I had my way, we'd blow this town right now.
Oh, what for? We got away clean. You're getting jumpy.
Why wouldn't I be jumpy? Crazy dame killing a man for a lousy $700?
There'll be other jobs. We'll do better. Where is she?
In there, fixing her face.
It's all fixed.
Yeah. And it looks real good, baby.
Thank you, Lugo.
Lugo, I want to tell you something.
Yeah, what?
I want you to quit calling Donna baby.
It's a lot better than what you call her.
Never mind what I call her. I'm married to her.
Get him. Just because he's married to me, he figures he can call me anything.
I'm warning you, Lugo.
What's the matter with you anyway? What's wrong with me calling her baby?
I don't like it. That's what's wrong. They can knock it off.
Why can't we be happy once in a while? We got money, haven't we?
$700. A lousy $700, and you had to kill a man for it.
Might have killed that one for a lot less. He didn't like it because I had to go out for a smoke once in a while. Called me out in front of everybody.
I told you I wouldn't go for any shooting. I told you that before we started.
So you told me. What can you do about it?
Well, you killed him with my gun, too.
What good does it do for you to carry a gun? You ain't got nerve enough to use it.
Oh, let's cut this out and split the money. I can use my half.
What are you talking about, your half? I was in on this, wasn't I?
Well, yeah, but Pete and me originally figured it 50-50.
Who set up this job? Who knew where that safe was? Who knew what time that guy would open up? I don't care what you and Pete figured. We split this across the board 3 ways.
Okay. I just assumed you had the dough. Guess you earned it.
And I'm going to earn more. Next one's going to be the biggest store in the chain. We'll do a lot better than $700 from that market. Turn on the radio, Lugo. Let's have a little music while we divide this money.
Yeah.
Morning, Miss Miller.
Morning, Harrington.
Chief come in yet?
Just arrived. He's in his office.
Good.
Morning, Harrington.
Hi, Chief.
Did you find out anything about that market case?
I waited until 9 o'clock last night. I finally turned up a couple of people who think they might have seen the car. A gray Suburban, but no license number.
No, that's not much to go on. Better check and see if any have been reported stolen.
I already checked. There ain't one of them models been stolen in 3 months.
Looks as though we're up against a problem.
How about picking up the boys who use that M.O.?
Well, the ones we know who use that method of operation aren't working in this area. Not with records. No, we've got to stick with that Suburban for our lead, Harrington. And if they didn't steal it, you wouldn't think crooks would be foolish enough to use their own car, would you?
Not unless they're real morons.
You know, Harrington, they might have rented that Suburban.
Yeah, that's a thought.
And when you rent a car, you have to come up with identification.
Yeah, you do.
Get started on our car rental agency. You take one phone and have Miss Miller take the other.
Right away, Chief. Hiya, Donna.
And all you fellas ever do when I'm not around? Play cards?
Well, what else is there to do when you're not around? And I got most of your husband's money.
He can't hang on to money, never could. Whew, there's smoke in here.
I open the window.
You need a ventilator the way you guys smoke.
What you got in the boxes?
I bought myself some new clothes.
Oh?
I did something else while I was out, too.
What?
I cased that Grand Street Market. Gabbed with one of the checkers. Just like where I worked, only more volume and a lot more money.
When do you figure we ought to do it?
Why not this week?
I think we ought to wait. It's too soon after the other one.
What difference does that make?
Well, I think it's too soon, that's all.
If we listened to you, we'd never get anything done. Who that? smoke. I gotta open another window.
What do you expect to do? Keep on cracking supermarkets every week?
Well, we're gonna crack this one anyway, and we're gonna do it in a couple of days.
Hello, Acme Car Rental Agency? This is the district attorney's office. We'd like to know if your office has rented out a gray Suburban in the last few days. You haven't? I see. Well, thanks anyway.
This is the office of the district attorney. We'd like to know if you rented a gray Suburban any time this week. Yeah. All right, I'll wait.
That makes 23 for me and still no Suburbans. Let's see, the next one will be Tony's U Drive, Evergreen 3, 4456. I didn't know there were this many car rentals in existence.
Me neither. Hello? What's that? Yeah, that's right. Gray Suburban. Oh, good. And, what was the name? Mrs. who? Mrs. Donna Fordney, 215 Valencia. Okay. Oh, wait. You say they turned the car back? Okay, thanks very much.
You got one.
I sure did. Looks like we're in business, Chief.
The car rental?
Right. Gray Suburban was rented day before yesterday to a Mrs. Donna Fordney, lives at 215 Valencia, apartment 5.
Yes, Mr. Garrett?
Call that address Harrington got, will you? See if they've got a vacancy.
Yeah, right away.
Valencia Street. That's only 5 or 6 blocks from that market.
I was thinking the same thing. Did you get a description of the woman?
I did. She's a blonde, about 22, medium height and build. Guy said she was plenty good looking.
Got your information, Mr. Garrett. The Carlisle Apartments, and they do have a vacancy, a double on the ground floor.
Good. Call them back, Miss Miller. Tell them you'll take the apartment for your uncle.
Her uncle? Look, Chief, I ain't that old.
Set up a stakeout, Harrington. Get to know that blonde. Get to know what she does, where she goes, who her friends are. Find out if she works and where. Find out if her husband works. Talk to the women who live around her. They'll tell you. Try to find out if she's throwing money around. If she is, we'll make an arrest right away.
A blonde with money. Sounds like a pretty soft assignment, Harrington.
Yeah. Sew up like a .38 caliber bullet.
Well, you better watch your step, all right. If that blonde has money, she probably got it because some killer used a gun. And if we get him in a corner, they'll use it again. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the supermarket killer, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A supermarket had been robbed. $700 had been stolen. And the manager of the store had been murdered in cold blood. My office had been able to come up with only one lead. The car used in the holdup was the same type as one rented by a Mrs. Donna Fordney, a young woman who lived in an apartment house near the scene of the crime. We knew she was a blonde, and we knew she was good-looking, but so are a lot of other girls. And there are plenty of Suburbans driving around the city streets. But you do your best with whatever turns up. You try to add to it. So now Harrington was staked out in the apartment next door. Hello.
Harrington, Mr. Garrett.
Okay, put him on.
Hello, Chief.
How are you doing?
I haven't been able to find out much yet. Girl has a husband, all right. Name's Pete. And there's another guy. Seems to be a family friend. Comes and goes.
Can you get acquainted?
I'm going to try that now. The husband is there alone. This will be a good test of that course I've been taking.
Course? What kind of course?
You know. The one on how to make friends and promote people. So long, Chief. I'll check back with you. Yeah? What do you want? Oh, I'm the guy in the next apartment. So what? Oh, I'm going nuts rattling around there alone. Why don't you take a walk? Walk? I got bum dogs. Look, if you ain't got nothing to do, I thought you might like to, come over and chew the fat. I'm sorry, I got to hang around here. We could play some cards. How about a little rummage? I don't think so. Suit yourself. But it seems kind of silly, both of us, knocking ourselves out doing nothing. the matter? Don't you like cards?
I didn't say I didn't want cards. My wife's coming in pretty soon, that's all.
Yeah, we'll play till she gets home.
Yeah, I guess so. We better play in here. Then I'll be around when she gets back.
Yeah, it's okay with me. Hey, you got a nicer apartment than I have. Oh, those big windows.
It ain't as good as it looks. We get a lot of traffic noise. You want to play for dough?
Dough? How much dough?
Well, not enough so you get hurt. I'm practically broke.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, I got a few things coming up. I'll be all right. Here, shuffle.
Hey, yeah. I see your wife going and coming. She's a nice-looking girl.
Trouble is, she knows it. So do a lot of guys around here.
Yeah, I guess that's a problem. Here, cut 'em.
Keeps a man busy all the time.
Well, and who's your friend?
Never mind my friend. What about yours? Every time you go out lately, you come back with that guy.
Don't get nasty now, Pete. I just met Don on the way in.
You just don't pay any attention to warnings, do you, Lugo? What do you want from me? A written invitation?
Keep it up, Pete. Keep it up. You're going to give me that dog eye once too often.
Shut up, both of you. You still haven't told us who your friend is, Pete.
He's a guy who lives by himself next door, and if he's smart, he'll keep on living by himself.
My, but we're in a bad mood. Well, I'm not feeling so gay myself. And I'm asking your friend to leave.
Now, wait a minute, Donna.
You heard me. And I guess we know who pays the rent for this place.
Yeah, it's all right, Pete. I'll go. I don't want to make no trouble for anybody. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow.
You stupid fathead. What's the idea of taking up with a stranger like that?
What's wrong with him? He lives right next door to us.
Donna's right, Pete. It's dangerous.
You keep out of this, Lugo.
Why should I keep out of it? Just as much my neck if anything goes wrong.
If you want to know something, we aren't waiting around for anything to go wrong. We're cracking that Grand Street market this afternoon.
What?
And if you're nervous, you don't need to come along. If you're chicken out now, don't expect me to come back to you.
Who's going to chicken out? I'm in this just as much as you are.
All right, let's go.
Go where? We need a car, don't we?
I got the car. Same one. It's out back. Come on.
Hello, Chief. You look as though you're holding out against the charms of the blonde without too much trouble. Oh, I could be wrong, though. Isn't that a new tie you're wearing? Better watch it, Harrington. These blondes can turn out to be real femme fatales.
I'm doing all right so far. She's a pip for looks, no kid. She don't like me, though. Ordered me out of their apartment.
You mean your course didn't help?
Yeah, not a bit. She's got a real cold eye, that's the thing.
Any signs of welfare on?
Nothing I could see. Her husband didn't even have enough dough to play gin rummy.
Sounds as though the rent on your apartment might turn out to be a waste of the taxpayers' money.
We could pick them up on suspicion.
And a smart attorney would have them out within 24 hours. There's still no evidence against them but the car, and that's pretty flimsy. Besides, we could blow the case if we move too fast. They'd come out and transfer their operation to some other spot. We've just got to keep watching and waiting.
Well, it ain't a bad apartment. I sure rattle around in it.
Stay with it a little longer. Something might turn up.
Okay, Chief.
This the street?
This is it. Turn. Turn! There it is. Halfway down the block. We'll go around and back.
I still think we'd be better off doing it the way we did before.
Each time different. That way we don't take chances. In this alley, Pete.
District Attorney's office.
Harrington, Miss Miller. Chief there?
Not right now, Harrington. Wait a second. He just came in. Hold on. For you, Mr. Garrett, Harrington.
I'll take it right here. Hello, Harrington.
We got a bad break, Chief.
What's that?
They flew the coop while I was out front talking to you. Must have gone out the back way. They were all three together.
Well, that could mean something, all right. I'll send out an alert. Stay there, Harrington. We'll keep in touch. Miss Miller?
Yes, sir?
Give me Lieutenant Padre right away. I'll take it to my office.
Okay.
Okay. Looks all right. Get behind that wheel, Donna. Come on, Pete.
Nuts to that arrangement. I'm going with you. Let Pete stay here with the car.
Hey, maybe that's a good idea. A man and a woman. Not so suspicious looking.
Give me your gun, Pete.
You gotta promise not to use it.
Give me the gun. Just be ready to move when we get out of here. Come on, Lugo.
Get that gun out of sight.
Sure. Don't be so jumpy. As bad as Pete.
Boy, you beat me. I never seen a dame like you.
About the manager's office?
Right where you said.
How about the manager?
He's in it.
Good. Not many people around either. Here we go.
Good afternoon.
Close the door, Lugo.
I do something for you?
Yes, you can, mister. You can open that safe and don't try anything funny.
Bradley, quick. So hold up. Got an intercom.
Put that on your intercom.
Donna, come on.
District Attorney's office. Where's that? Grand Street. All right, I'll tell him at once.
Yes, Miss Miller.
There's been another holdup, Mr. Garrett. The Barlow Supermarket on Grand Street, and they shot the manager. What's that?
I'm going out on that, Miss Miller. Alert Harrington right away. This time we might be able to grab that bunch.
You and that gun. Now we're really going to have to get out of here.
Shut up and get the door open. What are you doing here?
Just came over to visit. Found the door unlocked, so I walked in.
Well, you can walk right out again.
Sure.
Wait a second. What's that you got in your hand?
The wind was blowing in through the open window. Scattered some papers around. I picked them up for you.
Give me that. Take a look. It's a money wrapper from the market. You got more of these?
Let him alone, Lugo. He don't mean no harm.
That's what you think. Look. More of them in his pocket. And look at this. A 38 police special.
He's a cop.
Get over there, you.
Shut the door, please.
Yeah.
Lousy cop sneaking in here.
No sneaking to it, Mrs. Courtney. Everything legal. I've got a search warrant on me if you'd like to take a look at it.
Keep your hand away from your pocket.
What are we going to do with him, Donna?
You ain't going to keep him for no pet.
You're not going to kill him either, Donna. No more killing.
Lugo, you got a gun. If he tries anything, you know what to do.
You can't get away with killing cops, Donna. Not cops.
Just slug him, Donna, and let's get out of here.
He's the only one who can identify us. Get my handbag out of the closet, Lugo. Then get ready to blow.
You can't beat this thing. You'll be picked up.
They'll have to find us first. Got the bag, Lugo?
One with the dough, I got it.
You're not going to kill him, Donna. You killed enough guys.
Try to stop me. He's getting it right.
All right, drop those guns.
That's all for you, sister. Drop it.
Lousy cop.
You all right, Harrington?
Yeah, I'm fine, Chief. Them slugs all went into my apartment next door, but you got here just right. This trigger-happy young lady was just about to give me the works.
Crazy thing. She's killed crazy.
Maybe you'd like to tell us about it, mister.
He can't tell you nothing. He's my husband, and he can't testify against me.
No, but Lugo can, and if he don't, I'll lay it all on him.
Not on me, you won't. I'm not sitting still for any murder rap.
Here's our break, Chief.
You're in this with me. Both of you. Right up to your half-price haircut.
Yeah, I'm in it. But I didn't do them killings, and neither did Lugo. You pulled the trigger both times. You crazy, stubborn dame.
All right, let's go. All of you. We'll hear the rest of it downtown. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Perhaps you remember the outcome of this case. The jury found Pete and Lugo and the girl we call Donna guilty of murder in the first degree. Society now has collected the penalty for their crime. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
And now, Gangbusters! Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, takes over for Gangbusters to interview by proxy Sheriff T.L. Head of Tunica County, Mississippi. Commissioner Valentine.
Commissioner Head, the notorious criminal, Bielanski, has been front-page news within the past 3 weeks, and we're all very anxious to hear the inside facts.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, in the spring of 1940, Stanley Bielanski and his partner, James K. Tillotson, were two of the trickiest gunmen at large. Using the names of Robert Hack and James Stewart, they stopped at a fashionable inn at Laconia, New Hampshire, and posed as sons of very wealthy families.
How about it? Another demi-tasse, Bielanski?
Will you cut out that Bielanski stuff? Registered here as Hack and Stewart. Somebody will hear you.
Okay. Oh, but what a hotel. A dining terrace overlooking a mountain lake. Yes, sir. Home was never like this back at the penitentiary.
Oh, stop the gagging.
Okay.
Yeah. There's something in the newspaper that might interest you.
Okay. Wells Beach, Maine. Local store robbed by 2 masked gunmen. Now, I wonder who they could be. You know, you'd think those guys would learn that crime don't pay.
Yeah. Wouldn't you, though? Oh, come on. Come on, let's go.
Now, we ain't had no dessert yet.
I said, come on. Okay, here. Lean against the rail like this, kind of casual like.
What for?
Did you see those 2 girls just finishing dinner across the pavilion?
I'll say, a couple of dolls.
Well, one of them is Martha Sanford, an old New England family.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I checked on her this afternoon. She and her girlfriend are going to be our first bit of camouflage.
Oh, boy. Imagine being camouflaged with them. Camouflage me all over, brother.
Now, shut up. Just tag along with whatever I say.
I think it's just horrid your mother and Dad want to drag you off to Bar Harbor. Yes, I wish I could stay on here with you, Martha. Anyway, it won't be for another 2 weeks.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Martha Sanford?
Why, yes.
I guess you don't remember me. So many fellas were giving you the rush at Dartmouth last winter.
Oh, were you at Dartmouth that week?
Yeah. I guess I didn't make much of an impression, though. My name is Hack, Bobby Hack.
Bobby Hack. Were you in the ski jumping contest?
No, I was just a spectator, but, well, Jimmy here, he tried to break his neck in the ski jump.
Me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Sanford. This is Jimmy Stewart.
How do you do? And this is Julie Harris.
How
do you do?
Hello, Miss Harris. Well, you girls seem to be going somewhere. It was nice meeting you again, though, and perhaps we'll see you now that we're all here at the resort together.
I don't see why not.
Well, that'll be fine. Well, goodbye, Miss Sanford. It's been a pleasure, Miss Harris.
Yeah, me too.
Goodbye. Oh, goodbye.
Look, for Pete's sake, will you cut out that Me Too stuff?
Well, Bielanski, what did you let him get away for? We could have dated him easy.
There's no rush. No rush at all. We won't pull another job until next week. And we'll use him proper.
Attention, squad room. Report from Cambridge, Massachusetts on warehouse robbery. 2 gunmen believed heading this direction in black Buick, Massachusetts license, heavily armed and dangerous. All police be on alert for this car.
Come on, let's get into the car, will you? Those girls don't come, we'll go without them.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Get in. Society dames never are on time anyhow, Tillotson.
Should I go into the hotel and tell them to shake a leg?
Look, you don't tell society dames like them to shake a leg.
Oh, you don't, huh? Okay. But I'm still sick of waiting.
Oh, here they come now.
Hello, have we kept you here?
Well, if 1 hour ain't long, you ain't.
Oh, don't pay any attention to Jimmy, girls. I'm trying to cure him of the habit of saying ain't, but he says some of the Harvard boys say it. So hop in, girls. Jim, get in the back seat with Julie.
Okay, you're the boss.
He does have a grouch. Indigestion.
You'll get over it, Martha. Well, girls, where'll it be?
It really doesn't matter.
Now, look what's coming. Scram.
Cop.
What did you say?
Get going, will you? That Flatfoot's coming over to the car.
What's the matter with you boys?
Oh, pardon me. Is this your car, young man?
Why, yes, officer.
Black Buick, eh?
What's wrong with that, officer?
It may be nothing, miss. Only we're looking for a car of this type in connection with a holdup over in Massachusetts.
Why, the very idea. Are you accusing us?
I'm not accusing anybody. Just checking.
Oh, never mind, Shirley. The officer has to do his duty.
New Hampshire plates. The bandit car had a Massachusetts license.
Well, there's your answer, officer. Okay, pal, let's go.
Just a moment. You're probably okay, but let's see your driver's license and car registration.
Oh, I certainly, officer. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't seem to have them with me.
Now, see here, this is ridiculous. I'm Martha Sanford, officer, and if you want proof of who I am...
Well, I'm not worried
about
about you, young woman. But your escorts here will have to identify themselves. I'll stand on the running board. You better drive to the police station.
Oh, you don't. Cop it. Step on it, pal.
Bobby, what are you doing?
Sit low in your seats.
Fire! Bobby, stop this car.
Shut up. That cop's running back to his car. He's coming after us.
Oh, please, stop. We'll all be killed.
Shut up, I'll crown you.
You must be banned.
Look out, pal.
You'll hit that tree. No!
Bielanski.
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I just had my wind knocked out. Here, help me out of here.
Yeah.
Back. My back.
Come on, get me out of here, will you?
Yeah. There we are.
Okay.
My back. Oh, I'm dying.
Come on, Bielanski, we got to blow.
Yeah, you said it. She'd die.
I'm Barton of the FBI, Lieutenant Rayburn. They told me at the station I'd find you here at the hospital.
I'm glad you got here, Mr. Barton.
Any idea yet who the gunmen were?
Yes. Fingerprints on the wrecked Buick indicate the driver was Stanley Bielanski.
Bielanski, huh? And the whole country's looking for him. How are the girls?
Well, Miss Harris will recover. The doctors say Miss Sanford is dying.
Oh, that's terrible.
Her back was broken. She's right here in the emergency room. This way. Don't leave, nurse. We may need you as a witness.
Good Lord, how young and pretty she is.
Miss Sanford, can you see this picture I have in my hand?
Is that Bielanski's picture, Lieutenant?
Yes.
It's not clear. Easy.
I'll hold it closer.
Here's Bobby Hack. He said...
You're positive, Miss Sanford?
Yes, I know.
I'm afraid there's nothing more we can do here, Lieutenant. You identified the picture just in time.
Warning. Gunmen believed to be Bielanski and Tillotson have just pulled new holdup. Watch greater Boston area. Bielanski headed that way, armed and dangerous.
Attention. North Walpole Sporting Goods Store robbed of 40 rifles, 30 revolvers, large quantities of ammunition.
Special notice, new kidnapping and robbery. We need work of Bielanski and Tillotson.
Three Oaks Inn. The rocks are glassy. You know, Tillotson, this is one of the swellest views on the whole North Shore.
Let's skip the scenery, Bielanski. It's after midnight. Let's get to work. You know, New England ain't healthy for us no more. We want to get this job over with and head south like we planned.
Okay. Just think of it, though, pal. This hotel's full of people.
Come on, will you? Will you come on?
Okay. Oh, look, the manager's bedroom's that window up there on the second floor. Yeah. We can climb up this trellis.
Okay, I'll go first. Just like Romeo climbing up the trellis.
Watch it.
Yeah.
Get up. There it is. There's the telephone trunk wire. Got it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Go on in through that open window.
Okay.
Watch it. All right, come on. Flash your light.
Hey, this ain't no manager's bedroom. It's a woman's.
Yeah.
What is it, Joe?
Don't make no noise, lady.
You make another sound and we'll choke you right out of this world. Now, who are you? You a guest here?
I'm the cook, but no good will it do you.
Take us to the manager's room.
You let me be.
Why, you fat cow, I'll break your neck.
This is Leary. Is anything wrong in there? This is Leary.
Who's that?
Quiet.
It's burglars, Mr. Brown.
Wrap that gun around her head.
What is this? What's going on?
Get your hands up.
Why?
Get your hands up. You're Brown, the manager, ain't you?
Yes.
Now get this straight. You've got a lot of wealthy guests here. We're going to go around to each room. You're going to knock on the door and wake them up. We're going to rob every one of them.
No, I won't.
We'll do what we say, mister.
And after we rob all the guests, then you'll open the hotel safe. We're doing a complete job.
Yeah. Spring house cleaning.
And don't try any funny work. The telephone wires are cut. We're way off on these isolated rocks, and if necessary, we can kill everyone here.
Boy, this will go down in history. Robbing a whole hotel at one time.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. For over 2 hours, Bielanski and Tillotson held everyone in that hotel at gunpoint.
And that, Sheriff Head, was one of the most daring robberies in years. Now, Sheriff Head, Bielanski and his partner, Tillotson, after robbing an entire hotel, headed south.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. And they pulled so many big robberies in the South, our time doesn't permit us to enumerate them. But the gunmen continued to follow out their plan of camouflaging themselves by going around with only the leading families and the finest girls. In fact, one such young lady went driving with them just outside of Biloxi, Mississippi.
It's awfully sweet of you young men to drive your way out to my uncle's like this. I do hate riding on buses.
Isabel, it's easy this week. Be sweet to a girl like you.
Yeah, besides, you could camouflage.
Camouflage?
Oh, he means you're so pretty you dress up the cars.
Oh, you know, I never thought I'd like northern boys, but I feel like I've known you two all my life. Oh, here's my uncle's house. Turn in his driveway.
Okay.
I know Uncle's going to be glad to see you.
To see us?
Uh-huh.
All right. Does he know we're coming?
Why, sure. I telephoned him and told him I was bringing out the nicest young man.
Hey, that your uncle's car in front of the house?
Why, yes.
Hey, wait a minute, Isabel. Just who is your uncle?
Well, I told
Never mind his name. There's a police car there. There's a star on it.
Well, what's got you boys so upset? Just because my uncle's a sheriff?
It's a trap, pal. He brought us here on purpose.
Now, why should I do such a thing as that?
Because you probably read the account of the holdup at the Wiggins Bank.
Bielanski, a guy's coming out of the house.
Yeah, I see him.
Well, that's my uncle.
Yank the bank back in the car. We'll hold her as a hostage.
Come here, you.
No, you don't.
Oh, Dad, a heck with it. Go on, step on it. Hey, that guy's shooting at us.
Keep low.
If I could only get my hands on that dame now, I'd kill her.
What a rotten trick she pulled on us. I'm telling you, Bielanski, it's getting so you can't trust nobody. Nobody.
Come in.
Hello, Captain James.
Well, Barton, what brings you down to Biloxi?
Those two bank robbers whose description you broadcast yesterday. The ones who robbed the Wiggins Bank. I flew down as soon as I read about them.
Flew down? The FBI must want them mighty bad.
They sound like the men we've been chasing all over New England. Bielanski and Tillotson.
I'm sorry, but we haven't even got a clue on them, Barton.
Well, Captain James, I've been studying their method of operation for weeks. And I've got an idea of how we might get on their trail.
Yeah? How?
Well, those gunmen never hide out in the usual places. They appear in public with respectable girls and pose as young men of wealth.
By Godfrey, that's how Sheriff Howard's niece almost caught him.
Now, it's only a hunch, Captain James. But I have an idea. If we canvass the restaurants and entertainment spots, we may find Bielanski and Tillotson spending some of their money right under our noses.
This cafe we're coming to isn't exactly the highest class spot, Barton, but it's very popular.
Well, we might as well try it, Captain James. We haven't had any luck yet. We can get the place the once over from the vestibule here.
Quite a crowd.
Yeah. No sign of... Hey, James.
Yeah?
That table in the far corner, near the exit sign.
Is that Bielanski?
Yeah. The girl at the table with him and that other chap. That's Tillotson.
What a break. There's so many people in there, they're jammed in like sardines.
How are we going to get to that table without being spotted?
Both Tillotson and Bielanski are bound to have guns. If they ever start shooting in that crowd, it'll be a wholesale massacre.
Yeah. Wait, I've got an idea. Here's a couple of waiters' aprons.
Yeah. Say, that might do the trick.
I have this string of back away.
Right. You think we ought to carry a tray or something?
No, we'll need our hands for action.
I'm ready.
Now, remember, James, we've got to grab those rats before they can pull their guns. If they do spot us, jump to the table.
Yeah?
Knock the table over and pull the tablecloth over their heads.
Right.
Okay? Come on. Not too fast, James. Not too fast.
Yeah. The girl's looking this way.
Yeah, I see her. Keep walking. Just a few more steps.
He sees us.
Come on, dive for him fast.
Right.
They got me. Drop that glass. Keep your body. Put the cuffs on him, Chance. I got this one.
Okay. You be at it, but they're not sure. Not sure.
Okay, Bielanski, start walking. You and Tillotson are all washed up.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Bielanski and Tillotson were sentenced to life in prison in the Mississippi Penitentiary for robbing the Wiggins Bank. But just 22 days ago, on October 5th, at 8 o'clock Friday morning, 4 prisoners were loaded into the truck cage at the penitentiary to be taken to the prison farm. One of those prisoners was Bielanski. The prison truck was driving along the road.
Now listen, you guys.
Yeah.
I think we're safe because they got us in this iron cage in the back of the truck here. Well, we had a .38 smuggled into the prison. Kennedy's up next to the driver. They think he's a trustee, but he's got that gun. And he's going to poke it in the driver's ribs. Then things are going to happen and happen fast. You ready? Right. Okay, Kennedy.
Stop this truck or I'll blow your head off.
Come on, Kennedy, open this cage quick. Okay, come on, throw that driver in there. Get.
Come on.
That does it. Now, hold on, guys, we're going places. Come on, Kennedy, get this straight roll. Hurry up.
Emergency. To all state police and sheriffs, Stanley Bielanski and 4 other convicts escaping in prison truck along Highway 7. These convicts all armed and will kill. Block all roads. Block all roads. Attention, all police. Attention, all police. Bielanski and convicts who abandoned prison truck and kidnapped women and children have released victims and are now fleeing in black Buick sedan along road to Tunica be ready to shoot it out with fleeing convicts, headed by Bielanski.
Kennedy, look. There's lights in the road up ahead. Must be cops.
We can run them down, Bielanski.
You guys lie down on the floor of the car. Get out.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to shoot it out with them?
No cop's ever going to take me again, I'll tell you that.
All right, then. Here we go.
Come on. Hey, they didn't get us.
Just ahead, there's a road to the left. Leads in the swamp.
Take it. Every cop in the South is after us. I'll kill him. I'll kill him if they ever get anywhere near me.
Hold on now. Gonna take that turn.
And look out the tree.
I can't. Look out. Here. Get out of the car, man. The cops are already come down the road.
All right. Come on, fellas. Take to the swamp. It's our only chance.
Come on, this way.
Right on.
Come on, man.
Keep going.
I sure don't know how you ever found this deserted house, Bielanski. You're mighty good.
Yeah, those fools were out looking for us in the swamp. But you and me was having ourselves a good night's sleep in this house here.
Sun'll be up in a few minutes.
Yeah,
how are we going to get out of these parts?
Don't you worry about that. I got more tricks up my sleeve than these hicks down here ever dreamed of.
I think we ought to get going then. Hey, Bielanski.
What's the matter?
There's a whole army surrounding the house.
What?
Men, dogs, guns.
By the dirty rats.
Yeah.
All right, I give up. Coppers. I'm through.
And this time, Bielanski, you're through for good.
Yes, Commissioner Valentine. Just 3 weeks ago today, Bielanski was caught in that deserted house. And tonight, he's once again in the Mississippi State Penitentiary for life.
This has been a very, very interesting case, Sheriff Head. Bielanski could have been a real success in life. But instead, he has nothing to look forward to except prison bars.
From across the Atlantic, from across the Pacific, our fathers, sons, and brothers are returning to a new America. A crime wave has followed every war, and we must not allow lawbreakers to tear down here at home the very ideals that our men have fought to preserve. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Dick Foran in Journal of a Hometown Boy. United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. Now, here is our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, C.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where the top names of motion pictures join us for your entertainment. Dick Foran is our star, and the title of our play, Journal of a Hometown Boy. Our curtain for Act One will rise right after this important message from Wendell Niles.
A man in uniform of the United States Army and the United States Air Force has a job to do. A job that's vital to you, your children, and your children's children. That job is peace. The mission of today's regular Army and Air Force is the preservation of peace throughout the world and the security of our United States of America. That job and the uniform which marks the wearer as one of the men doing that job means honor and satisfaction to all concerned, to the men in uniform, and to you whose lives they are helping to make secure. When you show respect to the men in uniform, you are respecting yourselves and honoring your country. Now, once again, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of Journal of a Hometown Boy, starring Dick Foran as Wilbur Hoskins. In an effort to allay his homesickness during his 4 years in the Army, Wilbur Hoskins spent most of his spare time in writing notes to himself about his hometown.
I don't suppose strangers think Central City is much of a town. Speeding through in a train, about all they see is the water tower, the depot, the grain elevator. But to know Central City, you have to know the people. Like Grandma Fleming, Doc Harris, Mr. Williams.
And when Wilbur was discharged from the Army, he had Central City down on paper. He showed his notes to Mr. Williams, the editor of Central City Weekly, then promptly forgot them. He had written them for himself, not for publication. And he was amazed when Mr. Williams told him that he had entered Wilbur's notes in a new authors contest and that they had won first prize. Bewildered and a little frightened, Wilbur has just arrived at the offices of the New York publishing house, which is bringing out his book.
Yes? May I help you?
Gosh, I hope so. I want to see Mr. I got his name on a paper here somewhere. Mr. Sherman. Mr. John Sherman.
Whose last place calling?
Wilbur Hoskins.
And what is it you want to see Mr. Sherman about, Mr. Hoskins?
My book. It was entered in the New Authors Contest.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hoskins. The decision of the judges is final. Maybe you'll have better luck next year.
Better luck? My book won first prize.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't believe it myself at first either.
Oh, go right in, Mr. Hoskins. Mr. Sherman's expecting you. It's the first door on your left.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it.
Come in. Yes?
Mr. Sherman?
Yes?
I'm Wilbur Hoskins.
Well, this is a pleasure indeed, Mr. Hoskins. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Yes, sit down.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you, Mr. Sherman. I've been looking forward to meeting you, too. Do you have the check?
Check?
Yeah, Mr. Williams, he's the man who sent my journal to you. He said that I was to get a check for $10,000.
Oh, yes, the prize money. It's all made out and waiting for you, Wilbur. We'll pick it up as we leave.
Oh, well, shall we leave now? I'd like to catch a train back to Central City tonight if I can.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Why, my boy, you'll have to stay here at least 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Why, certainly, for publicity purposes. You have to meet the reviewers, the columnists, the leading booksellers, in fact, all the people who can help build your book into the bestseller that I know it can be. It'll take at least 2 weeks.
Oh, gosh. Do you know a good, reliable laundry with one-day service?
We'll worry about laundry later, Wilbur. Right now, you and I are due to meet some of the critics at a cocktail party.
Critics?
Yes.
Well, when I meet them, what do I do?
Just what any writer does. Talk about yourself.
Oh.
Of course, it won't hurt to mention the title of your book a few hundred times. Now, let's get over there before they finish drinking and go home. Well, Wilbur, now that you've met them, what do you think of the critics?
Well, that isn't nearly as important as what did the critics think of me.
With that attitude, my boy, you should go far. As a matter of fact, the critics loved you. The air was filled with such phrases as exceptionally keen insight, fine perception, and deep understanding of small-town American.
Oh, I expect they were just being kind to a stranger.
That bunch? They wouldn't be kind to their own mothers. But when Hasselman described you as a new Will Rogers, I knew you were in.
Well, why did he say that, Mr. Sherman? Well, Rogers was funny.
No funnier than you, my boy. Well, they nearly died when you said that the proudest day of your life was the day when you got the good conduct ribbon.
But that was the proudest day of my life, Mr. Sherman.
It was?
Yeah. My outfit was stationed at a whack replacement center, and I was the only man in the company to get a good conduct ribbon.
You're serious?
Of course I'm serious.
Good heavens, if that got out, we'd be the laughing stock of New York. Nancy! Oh, Nancy!
What is it, Mr. Sherman? What's happened?
Nancy, I want you to meet Wilbur Hoskins.
Oh, how do you do, Mr... Oh, you're the author of Journal of a Hometown Boy?
Yes. Her name is Nancy Liebrock, Wilbur. You can call her Nancy.
Well, that's certainly real generous of you, Mr. Sherman. Is it all right with you, Miss LeBrook?
Why not?
Well, of course I wouldn't feel quite right about it unless you call me Wilbur.
Okay, Wilbur.
Oh, thanks, Nancy.
Now, what was all the screaming about, J.S.?
Did you have another stroke of genius or just another stroke?
Wilbur's going to be with us for 2 weeks, Nancy.
Well, I should know. I laid out the publicity campaign.
And I want you to chaperone him during those 2 weeks.
Chaperone him?
Yes. I don't want Wilbur to talk to a single soul unless you're with him. You're to stick to him day and night.
Oh, now, see here, Mr. Sherman. I'm not...
Keep out of this, Wilbur. If you think for a second, J.S., that I'm going to play nursemaid to every half-witted author who...
Nancy, you know what I mean.
Yes, I know. But why do you always pick on me? I'll have to break all my dates for the next 2 weeks.
Not on my account, you won't.
I suppose you'll go on the dates with me?
No. I'm going home.
You're what?
I'm going home.
Oh, no, you're not. Your contract calls for your cooperation in publicizing your book and specifically states that you will remain in New York for at least 2 weeks while the book is being launched. You violate your contract.
I don't have a contract.
What?
You were going to give me my check and a contract right after we got back from that cocktail party. Right now, I don't have a contract, and you don't have a book.
Now, don't be ridiculous. When you entered your material in the new author's contract...
I didn't enter my material. Mr. Williams did, and I didn't write a book. I just wrote some notes to myself, and if you'll just give them back, I'll be glad to forget the whole thing.
But, Wilbur, think of all the money I've spent. The printing, the binding, the cover.
I've been to some expense, too, Mr. Sherman. I had to take a whole day off from work and pay my way to New York and then back to Central City. I'm willing to take my loss. You can take yours. I'm going home.
Oh, now, please, Wilbur.
No, I don't want to stay around and make Miss LeBrock unhappy.
Miss LeBrook would be much more unhappy if you went home.
Oh, no, she wouldn't. I heard what she said.
Well, she's going to apologize for that. Aren't you, Miss LeBrook?
The employer is always right, J.S. I apologize for whatever I said, Wilbur.
And you're most anxious to have him stay, aren't you, Miss LeBrook?
Oh, I'd be devastated if he left.
Yeah. Wilbur, what do you say to that?
I'm going home.
Oh, nice try, J.S. Better luck next time.
Yeah? It better be better luck this time, Miss LeBrook, or you're out of a job.
Oh, now, J.S., you don't mean that.
I certainly do. I had the bestseller of the century on the presses until you hurt Wilbur's feelings. And if Wilbur goes home, you're fired, Nancy.
Okay. I hope you have a nice train ride home, Wilbur, and get cinders in both eyes.
Miss LeBrook, Miss LeBrook.
Yes, Mr. Hooskin?
Well, I just wanted you to know that I feel very badly about being responsible for you losing your job.
Well, thank you. Just that one thought is bound to keep me warm all winter while I'm pounding the streets looking for another job.
Gosh, I hadn't thought of that.
It's a mighty serious matter, costing a fellow human being her livelihood, Wilbur.
Yeah.
I'd hate to have it on my conscience.
Yeah. I hadn't thought of that either.
I don't know how you could live with yourself, knowing that you were responsible for casting this lovely young woman out on the streets, subjecting her to heaven knows what fate.
Yeah. Hey, just a second. I'm not the one that's firing Nancy. You are.
I'm only doing it because she hurt your childish feelings to the point where you decided to go home and take your material with you.
All right. I give up.
Then sign the contract.
Does Nancy keep her job?
Certainly. And Nancy is still going to chaperone you.
Well, Wilbur, do you think you can get up to your room without getting into trouble?
Oh, I wouldn't get in any trouble, Nancy. I don't know what Mr. Sherman's worrying about.
Well, he just wants you to stay away from people, unless I'm with you.
But I've been around people all my life.
Oh, these are different sort of people, Wilbur. Not the sort who'd give up going home just to keep a girl from losing her job.
Oh, shucks, Nancy, you'd do the same for me.
Would I? I wonder.
Going up?
Well, there's your elevator. I'd better be running along. See you in the morning, Wilbur.
Yeah. Good night, Nancy.
Good night, Wilbur. Good night.
She kissed me.
I say, now. What floor do you want?
I didn't ask her to or anything. She just kissed me. Well, I guess love comes that way to some people.
Yeah. What floor do you want?
Of course, it might be just because she's grateful for not losing her job, but I don't hardly believe that can be it. She's a nice girl, and nice girls don't kiss fellows just for jobs.
What?
Gosh, imagine my first day in New York and I'm engaged.
Well, let me be the first to congratulate you. What floor do you want?
pause briefly from our story, Journal of a Hometown Boy, starring Dick Ferran, to bring you a brief message from our government.
Men, it's interesting to note that from July 1947 to October 1948, more men chose Army jobs and Army careers than joined any private industry. Hundreds of thousands of young Americans decided to stay in the Army, rejoin the Army, or sign their original enlistment contracts. There must be, and there are, good, solid reasons for this. For instance, there are the great Army technical schools where trades are learned and you increase your skill and your chance for advancement. There's job security, and there's the chance of rapid promotion. Overall is that good Army pay, plus 20% extra if you choose service overseas. Food, clothing, quarters, medical and dental care at no cost, and the opportunities for travel and education that cannot be duplicated elsewhere. Think these things over. Then learn the details. Visit your nearest U.S. Army and U.S. Air Force recruiting station immediately.
Our curtain rises on Act 2 of Journal of a Hometown Boy, starring Dick Ferran as Wilbur Hoskins. It is several days since Wilbur saved Nancy LeBrook's job by agreeing to sign a contract to have his book published and remain in New York. And it's several nights since Nancy gratefully and impulsively kissed Wilbur. He's been in a daze ever since, and at dinner, Nancy is finding him strangely unresponsive.
Every critic in town is raving about your book.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, you don't seem very happy about it.
Oh, I am. I'm terribly happy about it, I guess.
What's wrong, Wilbur?
Nothing.
You can tell Nancy, can't you?
Oh, it's nothing important. I'm just in love.
Well, I think that's the most important thing in the world.
You do?
Certainly. What's the matter? Did you have a fight with your girl? Is that why you're so unhappy?
Oh, no. She doesn't even know I'm in love with her.
Well, why don't you tell her?
I haven't got the nerve.
Oh, why not? You can't take much nerve to say, I love you.
It takes more than I've got.
Nonsense. Practice it a while and you'll have no trouble at all.
I wish I could believe that.
Come on. Try it out on me.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Say, I love you, Nancy.
I love you, Nancy.
Oh, that isn't very convincing. Try it again.
I love you, Nancy.
Well, that's an improvement. But you can do better than that. Try it once more.
I do love you, Nancy.
Oh, that's more like it. I could almost believe that myself.
Well, oh, my gosh.
Tell me about this girl of yours, Wilbur. What's she like? Is she pretty?
Beautiful.
Intelligent?
She's so smart she scares me.
She sounds like quite a girl.
She's just wonderful, that's all.
Well, gee, if you think that much of her, Wilbur, I'd suggest that you pop the question just as soon as you get back to Central City.
Oh, she doesn't live in Central City. I love you, Nancy.
I beg your pardon? Author in the Critics radio program. I told you about it.
I guess I was thinking about something else.
Gary Peterson and Marissa Evans are the critics on the program. They're pretty vicious when they want to be. They'll try to cut you up in tiny pieces and make you lose your temper. But don't let them do it, Wilbur.
The way I feel now, nothing could make me feel any worse. Say, what's this all about, Nancy? Do I have to talk on the radio?
Well, just answer the questions they throw at you, and don't volunteer any information. Gary, darling. Marissa, are we late?
Oh, no. How can you even suggest such a thing? We won't go on the air for at least another 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry, Gary. Well, what a lovely gown, Marissa. Did you make it yourself?
Oh, no, darling. My maid gives me all the cast off.
She's thoughtful, isn't she?
Very. Is this the boy wonder?
Oh, sorry. With all the parties we've thrown, I felt certain you must have met Wilbur. Wilbur, this is Marissa Evans, an old friend of mine.
Not that old, Wilbur.
Now, if you two kittens will take your claws out of each other for a second, I'd like to show Wilbur where to stand in relation to the microphone. Have you ever been on the air before, Wilbur?
Well, no, Mr. Peterson, but I listen a lot.
Well, that should help your mic technique no end. Now, if you'll just sit down here and speak in your normal tone, we'll try to get a voice balance. Sorry, Wilbur, you're on your own. I've just got the signal that we're on the air. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the author
Wilbur Hoskins.
And the critic.
Marissa Evans.
And yours truly, Gary Peterson. Tonight we take what pleasure we can in discussing Mr. Hoskins' book, Journal of a Hometown Boy. How did you ever happen to write your book, Wilbur?
Well, I didn't really write a book.
Sales seem to prove that you did.
Go on, Wilbur. You saying that you didn't really write a book?
Well, no. You see, while I was in the Army, I'd get kind of lonesome and homesick, and I'd write down things that I remembered about Central City and its people.
Oh, it was one of the finest pieces of satire I've ever read.
Satire?
Well, it was really perfect, Wilbur. Even your choice of a name for the town, Central City. It wasn't too obviously fictitious, and yet no one could really believe that any such town exists.
Oh, no, I was born and raised in Central City. Well, I'll bet there are people in Central City who are listening to this program right now.
Well, if they're anything like the characters in your book, I'll bet they don't understand it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Marissa meant that in some of your descriptive passages, your satire became a little broad, Wilbur. The people were too, shall we say, corny and unbelievable.
Corny? Unbelievable?
Exactly. Although they were rather funny, no one could ever believe that those characters were really people.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't write about characters, and I write about people I know, people I was brought up with.
Oh, now, Wilbur.
Every person I mention in my book is a living, breathing human being.
They may be living and breathing, but I doubt that they're human beings.
I suppose you're entitled to your opinion.
Well, we're not only entitled to it, Wilbur, we're paid for it.
If you insist that these are real people about whom you were writing, Wilbur, I might as well tell you, quite frankly, that their sentimentality is practically maudlin.
It gives me an entirely new concept of your book, Wilbur.
The section I found particularly appalling, and I think you'll agree, Gary, was that part where Wilbur describes the funeral, telling about the entire town literally moving in on him, taking over his whole house, running everything without so much as a buy or leave. Well, anyone who could believe that would believe anything.
No, I thoroughly agree with you, Marissa. People just don't do that sort of thing.
Exactly.
At least the people I've known have all had the good taste to leave others alone in their time of grief.
You call that good taste?
Well, certainly, old boy. After all, one's not one's brother's keeper, you know.
Well, we are in Central City. And when somebody gets sick there's been an accident or anything else bad happens, everybody in town is worried about it and tries to help. We don't stand around while some fellow drowns or his wife and kids go hungry and say to ourselves, it's none of our business. We try to help each other. And if that's corny, if that's unbelievable, then most of the people in this country are corny and unbelievable, and thank God that they are. And as for you, Mr. Peterson and Miss Evans, I just wish to gosh that either one of you was a man.
No, see here, Hoskins, I'm just as much of a man as you.
You're entitled to your opinion, Mr. Peterson, and I'm entitled to mine. Good night.
Why didn't you wait for me? You really shouldn't have walked out on Gary and Marissa that way.
They're lucky I did walk out.
Well, I suppose you realize this finishes you in New York.
Do you think I care?
Oh, they'll murder your next book, Wilbur. The critical fraternity doesn't like authors who talk back.
What of it? I'm not going to write any more books. I'm going back to Central City and try to forget that I ever saw New York.
Oh?
I haven't had a single happy moment, and except for you, I haven't met a single real person in the 2 weeks I've been here. If this is culture and civilization, they can take it and put it in the Hudson.
Oh, there are nice people in New York, Wilbur. Friendly people. Kind-hearted.
I didn't say there weren't. I said I hadn't met any. And I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, which is more than the critics have given my people.
I see.
As a matter of fact, when I get back to Central City and tell them about these people, they won't believe me. Because funny as we may look to them, they look twice as funny to us.
I know what you mean, Wilbur.
I'll bet you do.
Well, as long as I've followed you to your hotel, you might at least ask me to sit down and let me tell you about it.
Well, sit down. You were going to tell me something?
I came to New York from a little town, Wilbur. Arrowsmith. It's a little further west than Central City and a lot smaller.
You're kidding.
I went to college, majored in journalism, and came to New York to become a writer.
Gee. Is that how you started to work for Mr. Sherman?
Indirectly. I got a job as a book reviewer, just like those people you met tonight. Then Mr. Sherman hired me as a press agent to keep me from reviewing his author's book.
Boy, I'll bet you could have torn my book apart.
The first time I read it, yes. Oh, but I'd have hated myself in the morning. I've read Journal of a Hometown Boy 3 times now, Wilbur. And I feel that I know Grandma Fleming, Doc Harris, Mr. Williams, almost as well as you do.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like them, Nancy?
Oh, I love them. I'd like to meet them, know them, have them as neighbors, and... Wilbur, would you like to rehearse that line again?
Line?
That you were afraid to say to the girl you loved.
Oh, you mean I love you?
Uh-huh. Oh, and I love you too, Wilbur.
Did you say what I thought you said?
Yes, darling.
Well, earlier this evening...
Oh, a girl can change her mind, can't she?
No, not after she's married.
All right, I accept.
Huh?
I could never wait for you to get up nerve enough to propose, so I accept. When shall we get married?
Well, I don't believe in long engagements. What about tonight?
Oh, not in New York, Wilbur. We'll have to wait at least 3 days.
Well, come on.
You're where?
To Central City. We're so backward there, we can get married just as soon as I can get old Judge Allen out of bed.
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Oh, when can we start?
Just as soon as I get my things and check out.
Showing up?
Coming?
What for do you want?
I'm engaged.
Again?
Oh, well, yeah. No, that is... Isn't love wonderful?
You know, I got a hunch we're going to be riding this thing up and down all night. What floor do you want?
Curtain falls in the final act of Journal of a Hometown Boy. Our star, Dick Foran, will return for a curtain call after this important message from Wendell Niles.
Find out if you can measure up with the best, the aviation cadets. You must be between the ages of 20 and 26 1/2, with 2 years of college or the ability to pass an equivalent examination, and you must be physically fit. If you fulfill those qualifications, you may be able to become an aviation cadet. Once you're in, it's a future unlimited. After graduation, you'll have your pilot's wings and a commission as second lieutenant in the U.S. Air Force Reserve. If you're especially good, you'll receive a regular commission in the Air Force immediately. At any rate, you'll have a good opportunity to qualify for a regular commission while on active duty. Don't miss this chance to widen the horizons of your future. Go to your nearest Air Force base or recruiting station immediately. Remember, only the best can be aviation cadets. Once again, our star, Dick Foran, and our producer.
Dick, we tried to get you a rousing good fight for you in our play just to keep you happy, but the heavy did it with words instead.
Oh, that's all right. The same effect without the bruises, CP. I've had my share lately, you know. There's a lot of punching in El Paso.
That's right. You're playing the heavy in El Paso.
Co-starring John Payne, Gail Russell, Sterling Hayden, and me. John and I mix often. We get plenty of lumps in the scraps, so it's a new twist and change for me to coast through an argument with only words.
Well, Dick, they'll all be looking out for El Paso and your Technicolor lump.
Do that, and I hope you enjoy every one of them. But, by the way, thanks for asking me over.
I know your picture work is keeping your nose to the grindstone.
No, not the grindstone. I hit John Payne's fist with it.
Same results.
Oh, seriously. I really am glad to be a part of this program. It's doing a lot to attract fine men into both the Army and the Air Force. I've been listening to the opportunities both branches of the service offer. Good pay.
And prestige.
That's what I mean. A fellow can make a career out of either the Army or the Air Force, which may be one reason why they attract the finest lads in the nation.
Well, these are the young men this country looks to as protectors of our free way of life. They not only take their jobs seriously, but a uniform on a man gives them the satisfaction of being on the world's biggest job, in a business where everyone respects him as a gentleman.
You're right. America entrusts these men to keep the peace. And right now, that is the biggest job in the world. But now, what's your job for next week?
Next week, Dick and ladies and gentlemen, we bring you John Payne in a highly dramatic story, The Meadowlark. It is the story of hardship in a wind-blown and dust-laden country town and a constant struggle, even among the strong, for a survival which they call living. I know you like it.
Good deal. And don't forget to ask me back. Well, so long, CP, and good luck.
Goodbye, Dick Foran. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you John Payne in The Meadowlark. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Ferran appears with the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script was by Bill Hampton, with music under the direction of Eddie Scribani. This program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. The makers of bromoquinine cold tablets bring you another adventure of Sherlock Holmes with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. Watch out for colds, ladies and gentlemen. They're very prevalent now, and a little cold may be the start of a serious illness. What you want to do at the first sign of a cold is take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets are made for one purpose and one purpose only, and that is the relief of colds. They act fast, give you speedy results, and that's what you want when you have a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are known the world over for their efficacy. Trust to reputation when buying a medicine. Do this when you feel a cold coming on, and you'll ask for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, as we make our way through the night to Dr. Watson's hospitable door, we notice a feeling of spring in the air. The buds are swollen on the trees, still black and dripping from the rain. There's the smell of warm, damp earth.
Delicious. Hey, Mr. Manning?
Well, hello, Dr. Watson. I didn't see you in the dark.
Yes, I've been out checking up to see if my magnolias survived the winter.
Any casualties?
No, they all seem to be fairly bursting with buds. There's nothing as delicious as that first faint whiff of spring. All is treacherous. Come along to the house before we both catch our death of cold.
After you, sir.
Not at all, my boy. None of that age before beauty nonsense. I'm not as decrepit as all that.
Oh, what's this? The front hall littered with trunks and suitcases?
Oh, yes. I'm afraid my annual wanderlust has broken out rather early this spring. I'm off on a little jaunt first thing tomorrow morning, but come along into the study.
Does that mean that this is the last of our storytelling evening?
For this winter, yes, I'm afraid it does. Well, I trust I'm not too forward if I hope to be invited back again in the fall.
Oh, of course not. You know we'll be waiting for your return.
Oh, thanks very much. It's very, very decent of you. To put up with the meanderings of an old fellow like myself. I appreciate it, you know. But sit down, Mr. Manning. Sit down there, over there, in the usual chair. Let's get on with our story before I get all glittery and sentimental.
You're going to tell us about Professor Moriarty tonight, aren't you?
Well, I had intended to, but I've changed my mind. I'm going to tell you the adventure of Retired Colourman instead.
Retired Colourman? Isn't that a military term?
No, it isn't. Mr. Josiah P. Amberley had been the junior member of Brickfall and Amberley, manufacturers of artistic paint boxes. He made quite a tidy little fortune. Retired from business at the age of 61, bought a house at Lewisham and then settled down. The very next year, 1897, I think it was, the old fool married.
Married?
Yes, married. And the woman 30 years his junior.
Yes, that's always a bit risky.
Risky? Within 2 years, he was as miserable a creature as crawls beneath the sun. Oh, dear me, I'm jumping ahead of the story again. As I was saying, it was the 23rd of April, 1899, and a rainy and disagreeable April it had been. Holmes was in a melancholy and philosophic mood that morning as he stood by the window, watching the raindrops chasing one another down the pane. Rain had always depressed him when he was not working on a case. When he was working on a case, I don't believe he realized that there was such a thing as weather.
Look at that beastly rain. Hasn't stopped for 3 days. Might as well be another flood. Though heaven only knows what transgressions could have brought it on. That's been a really first-class crime for months.
Cheer up, Holmes, cheer up. It's probably good for the crops or something.
The shortage in crime?
No. The rain, of course. Probably makes the little buds sprout and the little shoots shoot.
Oh, don't be so blasted optimistic. More likely rotting all the seed that's already been planted. Rain, where the deuce does it all come from? This confounded English climate? Why any man with half a brain stays on this rain-soaked, mist-bound island is beyond me.
I doubt if the men have anything to do with it. It's the ladies, God bless them. This climate gives them perfect complexions, and with so many lovely creatures about, what Englishman would think of quitting the country? So much beauty, such exquisite...
Oh, rubbish, Watson, rubbish. The spring has given you a temporary softening of the brain. I regret to say it seems to have that effect on most impressionable males.
Impressionable nonsense. When a woman's concerned in one of your cases, you never even notice whether she's 16 or 60. And then you don't care whether she's got a well-turned ankle or whether she's flat-footed.
Oh, why should I?
Holmes, there are times when I think you're a cold-blooded fish.
Possibly, Watson, possibly. Why do you suppose the fool doesn't show up?
What fool?
Josiah P. Emberley.
Oh, is he one of your clients?
Oh, I suppose I may call him so. He's been sent to me by Scotland Yard.
Oh, by Scotland Yard?
Quite. By Lestrade, to be exact. You must consider the case fairly hopeless if Lestrade hands the matter over to me of his own accord.
Look, Holmes, there's a cab drawing up in front of our front door. He must be your client, Mr. Emberley.
Yeah. Strange-looking individual, eh, Watson?
He's quite an old fellow. Looks literally bowed down with care.
Ah, but no weakling. Look at those shoulders and that chest. The framework of a giant. He's arguing with the cab driver about the fare. Huh. Watches the pennies, eh?
I must say I don't like his face. So fierce and eager, and the way those snaky locks of grizzled hair stick out from under his hat.
I wonder what he's worrying. What's worrying Mr. Amberley? I'm willing to bet it has something to do with money. I imagine nothing else could upset him to any great extent.
Nonsense, Holmes. You always look on the base side of human nature.
Here he is now. Come in.
Which of you is Sherlock Holmes?
I am. This is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, are you? I'm a broken man. He's robbed me, the swine. Taken everything I had in the world. I thought he was my friend, and he took everything. Right from under my nose, in my own house. Robbed me, he did.
Yes, I felt sure it was a question of money.
Money? Who said money? He stole my wife, the light of my life, the apple of my eye. It's true she was very expensive, but after all, she was my wife, and he stole her.
Now, Mr. Amberley...
My beautiful blonde wife, hair like gold, and my securities. The money I saved up through years of hard work. Gone. All gone.
Yes, thank you. First, tell us about your wife. Now, how long have you been married?
2 years. 2 years, and she's tired of me already. 2 little years.
Easy now, good man, easy. More facts and fewer recriminations if we're to get to the bottom of this case.
Well, 3 years ago I retired. Bought a house. Big house at Lewisham. Cost me plenty of money, that house did. Well, sir, I'd never lived alone in a big house before, and got sort of lonely. House began to need looking after, so I thought I'd start looking around for a wife. Nice, healthy young wife to look after me. Then I met Ella. Handsome girl she was, too. A good cook. Hair like gold. Could bake a beef and kidney pie that would melt in your mouth. So I thought I might as well get married.
Yeah, very practical, I'm sure.
Yes, that's what I figured at that time. But, Lord, Mr. Holmes, the money a woman runs into. They made my heart bleed the way the money went.
I should have thought you'd have been glad when the other fellow took it off your hands. But who was this...
This wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yes.
His name was Dr. Ray Ernest, a young fellow. He used to come over nights and play chess with me.
Oh, I see. He stole your wife?
Yes, and my securities.
Yes, but surely the securities are registered. You can hardly hope to convert them.
Maybe not, but I must have them back. And you've got to find those securities for me, Mr. Holmes. You've got to find them.
And your wife, of course?
Well, of course, wherever she is, they are.
Ah, quite. On the other hand, Mr. Amberley, I confess I don't see that I can be of much service. It's a routine matter, and I'm sure that Scotland Yard would be only too glad...
They haven't found a thing, not a single security.
Oh, very well. And we'll do our best. Dr. Watson will take a run down to your house at Lewisham to look over the ground.
Oh, really? Yes. I hardly expected you'd come yourself. After my heavy financial loss, Nobody cares if an old man's heart is broken.
Oh, stop that blubbering. I'm not coming myself because I'm preoccupied with the case of the 2 Coptic patriarchs. This particular case doesn't seem to be very complicated. I'm sure, Mr. Amberley, that Dr. Watson can handle it as well as I could myself.
Well, if that's the best that you can offer, I suppose I must be satisfied. Pampered, that's what she was. And that young man, that dirty pickpocket, I treated him like my own son. He had the run of the house. And now look how they treated me. Me, who never harmed a soul.
Quite. And now, good day, Mr. Amberley.
Oh, yes. Well, good day, Mr. Holmes. And I shall expect Dr. Watson this afternoon. You have my address, I believe. Oh, the ingratitude, the rank ingratitude of it all.
I must say, Holmes, I like the way you've shoved all this off onto my shoulders. Coptic patriarchs, indeed. You just don't want to go.
Right, Watson, right, the very first time. You've been begging for a case all to yourself for months. Well, here it is.
Yes, and a nice case you've given me, I must say. That old skinflint.
Oh, my daughter, oh, my ducats, eh? With the emphasis on the ducats, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, confound that passage. There. Ah, that's better. That's dash good. Hello. Someone steps on the stairs. Watson, if I'm not mistaken, and in a triumphant mood.
Hello, Holmes. Well, I'm back.
Hail the conquering hero. A successful afternoon, I take it, with the light of victory in your eye.
Well, I did manage to dig up a clue.
Good. How about Mr. Amberley's place of residence? What's it like?
Well, he calls it the Haven.
Oh, charming.
Yes, isn't it? I think the place would interest you, Holmes. You know that particular quarter, the monotonous brick streets, the weary suburban highways. Well, right in the middle of them lies this beautiful old home, surrounded by a high sun-baked wall, mottled with lichens and topped with moss. The sort of wall...
You may omit the poetry, Watson. I note that it was a high brick wall.
What? I should have guessed it was the Haven even if I hadn't asked a lounger who was smoking outside in the street.
A lounger?
Yes, a tall, dark, heavily-moustached man with a curious look in his eye.
With great tinted glasses and a Masonic type-in?
Good heavens. How'd you know?
Oh, the fool. A child of 10 could have seen through that.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, I don't see it.
Never mind. Continue with your story, Watson.
Well, I'd hardly entered the gateway before I saw Mr. Amberley coming down the drive to meet me. He began at once, pouring out his grievances. We walked back to the house together.
And,
Well, once inside the wall, I must say, I've never seen a place worse kept. Garden running to weeds and in a dreadful neglect. The house, too, was slatternly to the last degree. It just goes to show what happens to a place when there's no womanly hand about to keep it in order.
Yes, but Mrs. Amberley's only been missing a few days. Hardly time for so much disintegration to take place. Must have set in before she left.
Oh, possibly. At any rate, Mr. Amberley seemed to be ashamed of it. He's doing his best to remedy it, though I must admit that his efforts looked a trifle ineffectual.
What's to become of me? What's to become of me? My wife gone, most of my fortune stolen. Oh, come in, Dr. Watson, come in. Here you see what remains of what used to be called my home. An Englishman's home is his castle, so they say. But home is where the heart is. In my heart. Look out, Dr. Watson, look out. That woodwork's just seen.
Oh, look at that. My best pair of trousers.
Too bad. Careful, but you almost kept in that pot of paint.
Oh, dash it all, Amberley. This is adding to the limit.
Sorry, I shouldn't have left that pot of paint in the middle of the passage, I suppose. That when one's alone in the house, one forgets.
Well, alone? So you've been doing this painting yourself?
It must strike you a strange occupation under the circumstances. One must do something to ease an aching heart. And step in here, Dr. Watson. This is my study, my sanctum sanctorum.
Oh, sanctum sanctorum. I see you've just finished painting woodwork in this room, too. What a smell of paint.
Yes, it's not dry yet. That's why I have a fire in here.
Now, let me see. Where did you keep your security?
In the safe in that wall. This room is really a strong room, like a bank, with an iron shutter on the window and an iron door, burglar-proof. Ah, that's the irony of it. No thief from without could have taken my money, but my wife, my own wife. There's a picture, Dr. Watson, on the mantel, taken in a wedding dress.
Oh, nice-looking girl, Emily. It doesn't look the sort...
The viper, the ingrate.
Oh, really?
Why, that very night, I bought 2 upper circle seats at the Haymarket Theatre. Wanted to give her a treat, I did.
Didn't she go?
No. Last moment said she felt sick. Said she had a headache, she did. I believed her. Went alone. When I came back, she was gone. The safe was ransacked.
Just a minute. What night was that, Mr. Emily?
Last Thursday.
Oh, Thursday, was it?
Yes, an unused ticket. Money wasted. She was always wasting money.
May I have that ticket, Mr. Emily? Hold on. You would have thrown it in the fire. No, why?
I wanted to get rid of it. I want to get rid of everything that reminds me of her. Here, give me that picture.
Right, I see.
There, into the fire she goes, Custer. May her soul burn in torment as that picture's burning now.
Unpleasant fellow, eh, Watson? This case begins to look more somber than I suspected. If you could only have brought me that ticket, Watson.
Oh, I did my best, Holmes. I may not have the ticket itself, but I did notice the number of the seat.
Oh, bravo, Watson. How did you happen to remember it?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was my place in form at school, 31. See from the bottom. And so it stuck in my head.
Splendid, old fellow. Then Amberley's seat must have been 30 or 32. Dear me, now, who can that be?
Well, whoever it is, he's fast impatient.
Oh, yes. Here he comes up the stairs, fairly running. Come in. Oh, bless my soul if it isn't our old friend, our good friend, Mr. Amberley. What's up?
A telegram, Mr. Holmes. I can't make anything of it. Here, see for yourself.
Uh-huh. Come at once without fail.
Yes.
Can give you information as to your recent loss signed Elman, the vicarage. Dispatched at 2:10 from Little Purlington. Little Purlington in Essex, I believe, not far from Frinton. You will start at once, of course. Watson, look up the train.
It's probably a hoax. What could anyone in Little Purlington
But it's
know
from
about?
a very responsible person. Where's my crockpot? Yes, here it is. We'll look up this minister of the gospel. Elman. Here it is. Yes, J.C. Elman, M.A., living of Mossmore, come Little Purlington.
Yes, but I still don't...
Surely, Mr. Amberley, you want to find your wife and your lost security.
Of course, but think of the waste of time and money.
Here we are. Here's the train from Liverpool Street at 5:20.
Yes, you just have time. Mr. Amberley, you go downstairs and hail a cab. I'll help Dr. Watson throw a few things in the bag.
You think I need Dr. Watson? Perhaps I'd better go alone.
Oh, no. It may be a trap for all we know.
I don't think I shall go.
Mr. Amberley, it would make the worst possible impression on both police and on myself if you refused to follow up so obvious a clue. We should feel that you are not in earnest about this investigation.
Very well, I'll go.
Perhaps you'd better go with him, Holmes.
What? Take your case, Watson. After the brilliant way in which you handled it? No. Go along, Mr. Amberley, or you'll miss your train.
Very well, but the expense is...
Here you are, Watson. Here's your bag.
It's packed.
Yes, you never know when you may be called off in a case like this. I packed it for you.
Holmes, I do think...
Quite. Now, whatever you do, see that he really does go to Little Purlington.
Yes, I don't think that he's...
Again, quite. Should he break away and try to return, get to the nearest telegraph station and send me the single word bolted. I will arrange to have it reach me wherever I am.
What? You have something to look into at this end, then?
I have, Watson. This case is beginning to take on a rather curious and sinister aspect. Above all, old man, take good care of yourself. And Mr. Amberley.
Before we find the outcome of Watson's curious mission, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few words to say. Here's what you want to do when you feel a cold coming on. Here's what you want to do at the very first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine cold tablets. Bromoquinine tablets don't fool. No, sir, they get right after a cold symptom. They get right after a cold's misery. They relieve the headache and other pains that go with a cold. They relieve that stuffiness and feeling of depression that accompanies a cold. They help reduce the fever that goes with a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are fast and decisive in their action. First, because they're made especially for the relief of the common cold. And secondly, because they act internally. You can take lots of things for the relief of a cold, but nothing more reputable and reliable than famous bromoquinine tablets. Get them at any drugstore at the first symptom of a cold. Ask for bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E, bromoquinine cold tablets.
Confound this rain. Everything's as dark as a black hole of Calcutta. The haven. Chilly little haven this is. I can find a window unlatched. Not much chance on the first floor. The old boy's 2 quarters. Ooh. Second story window, perhaps. Now, if I can manage to scale this porch pillar. This confounded rain. Just slippery as a green pole. Come on. Hey, there we are. Yeah. There's the window that's unlatched. Easy. Now. 1 foot over the sill. Now
up with your hands. Up with them, I tell you. Thought I wouldn't see you prowling round down below, eh? Well, I've caught you red-handed.
Nice wild goose chase that turned out to be. That friend of yours, Sherlock Holmes, is a fool.
I'm sure, Mr. Emily, if you'll call and see him, he can explain.
Explain nothing. That vicar had never seen that telegram before. The way he treated us. You might have thought we were suspicious characters. And missing the last train and having to sit up all night in the confounded station with the rain dripping through the roof.
Well, we could have gone to an hotel.
Gone to an hotel? That costs money. Gone to an hotel, indeed.
Here's your house, Mr. Emily. I think I'll go along home now and get some breakfast.
You will not. I'm going to come into the house and see if everything's all... I look up there. The window over the porch. It's open.
Perhaps you left it like that yourself.
Rubbish. I tell you, I don't like the looks of this. Where's my key? Here it is. We'll soon find out.
I say, it's gloomy, isn't it?
Look. Someone's been here rising up. Footprints on the fresh paint. I'll find them if I have to tear the place apart.
No need for that, Mr. Ambley. We're here waiting for you in the study.
Holmes! Good heavens, what start you get?
How did you get in here?
Dived in through the one upstairs window.
That's burglary, young man.
Yes. Burglary's always been an alternate profession, and I cared to adopt it. I'll admit I was glad I hadn't when I walked into Inspector Lestrade's gun last night. He thought I was a burglar, too. But come, we're keeping him waiting. He's in the library. Here they are, Lestrade. I told you we could expect them back before 10.
No, but look here, that's not Lestrade. That's the man I saw loitering in front of the gate yesterday afternoon. The fellow with the black moustache and the glasses.
That's right, Dr. Watson.
Yes. Lestrade fondly imagines that's the disguise.
Oh, now look here, no.
It's as obvious to anyone who takes the
trouble. Here, I've had enough of this. I won't have 2 busybodies prowling around my house in the middle of the night. And what's more, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I suspect you sent that telegram yourself.
Very clever of you, Mr. Amberley, very clever. You looked a trifle pale. I thought a night in the country might do you good.
Enough of that. What kind of a fool do you take me for? I'll have you put behind the bars, all of you.
Oh, surely not Inspector Lestrade. Why, he's from Scotland Yard.
I don't care if it's from the House of Lords.
Yeah, none of that.
You're all disgraced. Publicly disgraced. Breaking into my house in the middle of the night. Oh, I'll get you for that. What were you doing in here last night? Answer me that.
Looking for the bodies.
What?
Looking for the bodies. The bodies of your wife and Dr. Ernest. What have you done with them?
I dare
you. You murdered them in this room. We have ample proof.
Why,
Stop him, Watson. Stop him. He's got a capsule in his hand. It's poison. He's going to swallow it.
No.
Come on, spit it out.
Spit it out, or I'll tell you.
Short cut, Mr. Ambley, if you please. Everything decently and in its proper place. Pick him away, Lestrade.
Right. Come along now. No more monkey business. I won't put up with that. All right.
Phew. What a scene. So that old brute Amble is a murderer, eh? How did you find it out?
Well, the first clue was the theater ticket, which he didn't use. We found that out.
Oh, that destroyed his alibi.
Yes, the theater people assured us that there had been 2 empty seats, not just one. The second clue was the smell of fresh paint. What was he trying to hide by that?
What?
Gas. He asphyxiated his wife and Dr. Ernst in this room.
Good heavens.
His strong room, which was as near airtight as anything could humanly possibly be.
But how?
Well, that's what I wanted to find out. That's what I was looking for when I broke into the house last night.
And what did you find?
Look here. Notice the gas pipe along the skirting here? It rises in the wall, in the angle there, and ends in that plaster rose in the center of the ceiling where it's concealed by that ornamentation. The end's wide open.
How horrible.
Yes, and look here. Look, near the floor. What do you make out?
2 words written on the wall. We were. Then a scroll. We were. What does that mean?
The poor devil was trying to write, "We were murdered." I can see the whole ghastly scene. It was last Thursday night. Amberley had lured his wife and Dr. Ernest into this room.
Oh, listen to that wind. I wish it would stop.
It's not so bad in this room. Have a little game in here, eh, Dr. Ernest? Just you sit here, there. Entertain the doctor while I go and look for the chessmen. Excuse me for a minute, Dr. Ernest.
Certainly.
And if you don't mind, I'll close the door. Or such a draught. It'll be much cozier in here with the door closed. Much cozier.
If that wind only wouldn't howl. I feel so depressed. Is there something terrible we're going to happen?
Oh, nonsense, my dear Mrs. Amberley. This house is getting on your nerves. If there's any wonder.
He gets worse and worse. Oh, Dr. Ernest, I'm so frightened.
You must go away.
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mrs. Amberley. I've had your husband under observation for some time. I'm afraid he isn't quite normal. It isn't safe for you to stay here any longer.
But, Dr. Ernest, don't you understand? I can't leave my husband. Heaven knows what would happen if I left him alone.
We could get a nurse to take care of him. You can't stay here with him. What was that?
Josiah, he heard us. He was outside the door listening. Oh, Dr. Ernest, this is terrible. What can we do?
Listen. You hear that?
It's the gas. Someone's turned on the gas. I can smell it.
Hurry. We've got to get out of here. What? Oh, the door's locked. He's locked the door. Amberley! I say, Amberley, open the door!
Quick, the window. No, that's locked, too. The iron shutters.
Amberley, let us out!
You realize what this means? He's going to kill us. He must have gone mad, I'm afraid.
Yes, it's what I was afraid of. He's a maniac. A homicidal maniac. Oh, this is horrible. We're trapped. What a fool I was.
What can we do? I feel so faint. I can hardly breathe.
Here. Lie down on the floor. Yeah, it's better down here.
It's no use. I can't stay awake. I don't mind anymore. I'm quite all right. Really.
Mrs. Amberley. Don't give up. I feel pain, too. I must warn people. It's dangerous. I can't think. God, I can't breathe. I can't think.
What a tragic story, Dr. Watson. And was Mr. Amberley insane?
They decided he was. He ended his days in an asylum.
Did they ever find the bodies?
Yes, at the bottom of an old well, the opening of which had been cleverly concealed by a dog catcher.
I see.
And now I'm afraid it's time to say goodbye.
Well, not goodbye, Dr. Watson. Au revoir.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Manning. Anyway, in conclusion, I want to thank you and our radio audiences who so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a sentimental old fellow. And I want to wish you all, old and young, an extremely happy summer.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, Basil Rathbone would like to say a few words to you. But first, may I give you a word of advice? Remember the danger of the so-called common cold. Remember the sickness it can cause and the bills it can cost. Act promptly, decisively, at the first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets have a reputation. Their fame extends to all quarters of the globe. Their merit is an assured fact. Reliability is the one thing you want in any medicine, especially in a medicine for the relief of cold. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate when you feel a cold coming on. Go right to your druggist and get a box of bromoquinine tablets. The small cost may save you a lot in grief and expense. Ask clearly for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, here's Basil Rathbone.
Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Sherlock Holmes has always been one of the greatest characters ever created. Tonight, as our present series ends, I'd like to thank our sponsor, the makers of bromoquinine, for giving me the opportunity of playing Holmes on the air, especially with such an inspired Dr. Watson as Nigel Bruce.
Oh, Basil, that's very...
Please.
Oh, sorry, what?
Speaking for myself and Mr. Bruce, may I express our gratitude to our radio audience for the many letters of interest and encouragement that we received. And finally, a word of appreciation to all the performers and others concerned with this program who have helped so immeasurably in making the Baker Street days live again. And now, until fall, it's time for me, too, to say au revoir and good luck.
have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted by Edith Miser from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Retired Colourman, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The Sherlock Holmes series was produced by Tom McKnight. This program was presented from Hollywood by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets, quick relief for colds. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Here, transcribed, is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. And now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. If you happen to wake up some morning and spot something walking in front of your house and it looks like Santa Claus with jaundice, don't turn the hose on him. He's not on fire. He's just wearing the newest thing in men's fashions. They call it the bold look, and it's supposed to be the masculine answer to Dior's new look for women. It's an answer, all right. Like walking up to your best girlfriend and slicing her down the middle with a broadsword. Now, if you haven't seen it yet, just close your eyes and try and picture yourself in the bold look. Imagine walking down Fifth Avenue, very casual, decked out in a new, bright purple, non-shrinking suit, pastel shirt, yellow maybe, hand-painted tie, and argyle socks. Got it? What do you think? Pretty bad. About the only thing I can think of that's more gruesome is that little murder I got mixed up in last week. It started in a house out on Long Island. A guy named Harry Baker was getting involved with his private secretary.
Here are the papers you wanted, Mr. Baker.
Oh, thank you, Connie. What time is Mrs. Baker going shopping?
She didn't say. This afternoon sometime.
Oh, where is she now?
In her room.
Come here, Connie.
Harry, no. Supposing she comes down.
I didn't see you last night. I missed you.
I got hold of the man you wanted. His name's Nat Fox. He wants $500 for the job.
Oh?
Well, what's the matter? That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
Connie, I had a lot of time to think last night.
And?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know if this is the thing to do.
You don't know? Oh, Harry, we've gone through this a dozen times, and I won't go through it again. If you haven't got the backbone...
Oh, my dear, you know it's not that.
No, I do not. I'm sick and tired of living this way. Not being able to be seen with you, watching you being pushed around by that old shrew. Oh, I'm not going through the whole thing again.
Please, Connie, can't we wait for a while? My wife's well past 60. Sooner or
And in the
later...
meantime, you live off the skimpy little allowance she doles out to you. No, Harry, no. I want us to live like two normal people. And if you're going to start changing your mind just when it looks like we can have all these things, I'm through.
Now, Connie, wait a minute.
No. If you want me, then you've got to go through with it. Well?
You know I want you. I love you more than anything in the whole world.
Get that old biddy out of the way, or I promise you'll never see me again.
All right.
Oh, don't look so worried, darling. Nothing's going to go wrong. I already fixed it with this Nat Fox. He'll be in the department store the same time as your wife. Oh, Harry, think of the wonderful life we can have. All that money's going to be ours. We can go to Europe and live the way we should.
Yes, I don't know. I'm a little worried about this Nat Fox. I'll give him the $500, but if he finds out what happened, he'll be in a good position to blackmail us.
Don't you worry about Mr. Fox. He's my affair. You just leave everything to me.
Well. Hello, Otis.
What do you want, Diamond?
I thought I'd drop in and see the lieutenant. Aren't you glad?
You want me to make you feel good, or do you want the horrible truth?
The truth, Otis. I'll steel myself.
You turn my stomach.
I couldn't without a bulldozer.
Very funny.
When are you going to go on a diet, Sergeant? You're beginning to look like Dumbo with a goiter. Hello, Walt.
Oh, no. Who's dead this time?
Don't be silly. I just came down to talk to see how you were.
I don't believe it. Say something without corpse in it.
Your smile is like the first dawn of an Indian summer.
You said Indian.
So what?
If you said it, he's dead.
All right. That's the way you feel about it. Goodbye, and good luck.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Stop being an idiot.
That's all right, Walt. I understand.
Now, come back here. You know very well I'm glad to see you.
Now, you think just because I come down to see you, I've gotten mixed up in some kind of a murder. Oh, a fine friend.
Now, you stop acting like that. You're a worse ham than Otis.
That did it. I'll never send you a good dead body again.
Is that a promise?
Is what a promise?
That you'll never send me a good dead body again.
Oh, want me to break the law, huh? Hold up police evidence.
Of course not. You know I was only kidding.
Just like the police force, making fun of a corpse.
I have never made fun of a corpse.
So that's what's the matter. What? Too serious. That's what's ruining your stomach.
Oh, now stop that. You know what's wrong with my stomach. I've been working too hard, that's all.
So the next time I find a corpse, you'll want to take a vacation. This precinct is more corrupt than I thought.
What do you mean, corrupt?
Just what I said. I find you a corpse and you won't even look at it. You want to go on a vacation.
I don't want to go on a vacation. I'll look at the corpse.
What corpse?
The one you wanted me to look at.
Yeah, you go, acting like I've gotten mixed up in another killing. Trying to make it look like the corpse is mine.
What?
Well, it's not my corpse.
It isn't?
No.
Well, whose is it?
Well, you know. You tried to frame me with it.
I did not. Don't you try to shove that body off on me. Yeah, what is it? Oh, hello, Helen. It's for you, Rick.
Thanks. Hi, baby. Hold it a minute. Walt, you better do something about that body.
Oh, yeah. Otis, put in the general alarm. Diamond's found another killing.
Oh, wait a minute. No, Walt, it's your killing, remember?
Oh, yeah. Forget about the general alarm, Otis. I've got... Oh, Diamond.
Sure, Helen. I'll meet you at the store.
Oh.
Sure. I love you. Bye.
Oh.
Walt, what a funny look. You're all red. Walt, you're turning blue. Well, I got to go shopping with Helen. I hope you find the body. Bye.
Lieutenant, I'm still waiting.
Sergeant.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Shut up.
I don't know why I do that to Walt, but I always get such a kick out of tying him up in knots. When he takes the bait, he goes for it hook, line, and sinker. It's a good thing Helen called and asked me to go shopping with her, or he might have blown a fuse. I don't generally like the idea of shopping, but she said it was Francis's birthday, and any kind of an afternoon with Helen could always work its way into a wonderful evening.
What do you think I ought to get him, Rick?
I'll get him some shirts or something. Hey, look at these.
Rick, get away from that counter.
What's the matter? My hips too big?
Oh,
I wonder if these come in baby blue.
Rick, now stop that. People are looking.
Is there something I can do for you?
Hmm?
You seem to be interested in the lingerie. Is there something I can show you?
Oh, I'm looking for something for a birthday.
Oh, well, then may I suggest a nightgown, perhaps? We have some lovely numbers.
This is for Butler.
A butler?
Yes.
Oh, then you were thinking of getting something for the lady, too.
No. Just seeing whether the baby blue went with my eyes.
Well, really?
Oh, come on, Helen.
Rick, she must think you're crazy.
5 minutes more, and there wouldn't have been the slightest doubt. This is fun.
Rick, that woman.
What woman?
The elderly one over there with the mink stove.
Oh, no.
I just saw her put a box of stockings in her purse without anyone seeing her.
You saw it?
Yes, but the clerk didn't. And she left the counter without paying.
I know.
You know?
Well, sure. I spotted her 5 minutes ago. Not a very good shoplifter.
That's stealing. Shouldn't we tell the manager or something?
Oh, the store detectives are sure to have her spotted.
Why don't they arrest her?
Point of law, baby. They can't put the arm on her until she steps out of the store. Now, look. She's going out the front door. Just watch.
She's out. She's just standing there on the sidewalk.
Oh, that's funny. They must have spotted her. She was too careless.
Look, that big car is pulling up and she's getting in. They're driving off.
Well, maybe the store dicks were looking out the window.
Well, I'm going to tell that clerk. I remember her description.
Oh, now.
Clerk?
Yes? Oh,
Did your husband decide that they did go with his baby blue eyes?
He's not my husband, and that's not why I called you.
She thinks yellow goes with my complexion better.
Oh, really?
Now, stop it, Rick. That woman who was just at your counter.
Which one? We've only had about 600 this morning.
Now, don't be flip with me. The elderly woman who was just here looking at the stockings. The one with beautiful mink stole.
It was beautiful, wasn't it?
Then you noticed her.
Of course. That was Mrs. Baker, one of our best customers.
Well, Mrs. Baker is a shoplifter.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
I tell you, I saw her steal some stockings.
I tell you, you are mistaken.
Oh, now, look. I was going to stay out of this, but what Miss Asher says is true. I saw her, too.
Miss Asher?
Yes.
Oh, you have an account with us, don't you, Miss Asher?
Until you started telling me I was mistaken about that woman.
Oh, just one moment. Oh, Mr. Pennywig! Mr. Pennywig!
What are you doing?
I'm calling the manager.
The manager?
Yes, Miss Asher. I would prefer to have him explain it to you.
Yes, Miss Phillips. What is it?
Well, I'll tell you what it is. Don't ever put Miss Phillips in the toy department. She's so nearsighted, she's liable to think the electric train is the 8th Avenue subway and climb on it at 5 o'clock.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Pennywig, this is Miss Helen Asher.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Asher? I've heard a lot about you.
You're going to hear a lot more.
Oh, is something wrong?
Yes.
Yes, something is wrong. Miss Asher here spotted a woman stealing some stockings, and when she reported it to your clerk here, she said she was crazy. I saw it, too.
Is this true, Miss Phillips?
Yes, sir. It was Mrs. Lillian Baker.
Oh.
I was just trying to do the store a favor, but since you don't seem to think that the customer means anything around here, I'll see that my account is closed out.
Oh, now, just one moment, Miss Asher. May I talk with you in private?
I don't see why. Come on, baby. I know a joint on Broadway where we can get things without the lip that goes with it. Come on.
Oh, please, Miss Asher. It's about the shoplifter, Mrs. Lillian Baker.
You can tell me right here.
I must rely on your integrity to keep this a secret. You see, we know that Mrs. Baker stole those stockings. She steals something nearly every day.
What?
She's very wealthy, very eccentric, and very much a kleptomaniac.
Oh.
Her husband handles all her affairs, and he's instructed us to watch her and send him the bills for the goods she steals.
Oh.
Well, can't you break her of the habit? Her husband must lock his pants in the family vault every night.
Yes. She's under a doctor's care, and he advises letting her continue, but without her knowing that anyone else has found out her secret. She's quite old, you see, and her husband assures us that discovery might be very disastrous.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't know.
Well, I'm not. This pixie behind all the unmentionable can get a person steamed up enough to cause a minor explosion.
I was just doing my duty, sir.
Mr. Pennywig.
Now what?
Yes, what is it?
Oh, Mr. Pennywig, we've had a jewel robbery.
What?
Yes, sir. 3 of our most priceless gems are missing.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Baker?
I don't know, sir. We watch her very closely when she's looking at jewelry. But 5 minutes after she'd gone, we discovered the loss.
Was it of any consequence?
Was it? $300,000 worth.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, wait a minute. Who else was in the jewelry department?
Oh, several people. I'm so upset.
Take a look over there.
Where?
Over there. The man in the wide pinstripe near the linen counter.
Excuse me, I've got to go call Mr. Baker.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes?
Maybe Mrs. Baker didn't lift those rocks. That man over there, was he in the jewelry department?
Why, come to think of it, yes.
Oh. Now, wait here.
Rick!
Hello, Nat.
Hey, what are you doing?
Take it easy. I just want to see what you got in your pockets.
Well, Richard Diamond. You must think you're still on the force.
Someone just lifted some stones out of the jewelry department. You still in the racket?
In a store like this? Are you crazy?
No, but I thought maybe you were. Now, let's see your pockets.
You ain't no cop. Go on and peddle your papers.
It's pretty silly with a broken arm.
Okay, you don't have to get rough. I'm clean.
Now, that's better. I'll turn them inside out.
Hey, what's going on here?
Now, meet Nat Fox, one of the better-known jewel thieves.
Yes. He was in the shop about the time Mrs. Baker was.
Oh, I've quit the rackets. I just like to look now and then.
Oh. Well, at least he hasn't got them on him. Oh, now, what have we here?
Gum wrappers. I like to chew gum.
Well, you chew a lot of it. Better call the law, Mr. Pennywig.
Well, if you say right away.
Go to the... Why, Rick, he's getting away. Stop him.
Oh, relax. We can always pick him up. I want to take a look at your jewelry department. Nat Fox didn't have the jewels on him, but as he did have a lot of gum wrappers, the first thing I wanted to do was to case everything in the jewelry department. It's an old stunt. The thief chews a lot of gum, palms some jewels, and sticks them in the gum. Then he sticks the gum under something, and the Confederate comes along later and scoops it up. If the thief gets spotted at the scene, he's clean, just like Fox was when I searched him. Well, I looked under everything, on everything, in everything. There was a lot of gum, all right, but no jewels in any of it.
Rick, couldn't someone have picked it up already?
Well, it's the only thing I can come up with, unless this Mrs. Baker really did steal them.
Well, the police will be here in a few minutes.
No, clerk.
Yes, sir?
Can you remember who was in the jewelry department when you discovered the jewels were missing?
Well, this Mr. Fox and Mrs. Baker had already left. But I believe there were several women. Yes, there weren't any men, just several women.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you. Come on, Helen. The robbery detail can take it from here.
Well, thank you very much for your help, Mr. Diamond. Oh, where can the police get in touch with you if they want to ask any questions?
They know me. And if you ever need any guidance, just look me up in the book on the private detective. Can't miss it. The one with the biggest ad. Helen and I got out of there just as the prowl cars were pulling up at the curb. I stuck my tongue out at a few old friends and climbed into her king-size convertible. We took a couple of turns around Central Park, and she dropped me off at the 5th Precinct and my dear old buddy, Lieutenant Levinson.
Don't you dear old buddy me. You get out of here.
Temper.
I will not be subjected to any more of your fiendish humor. I won't go through another one of these routines of yours for promotion.
I promise I'll be good.
Oh, no, you don't. That's the most dangerous thing you could say. Yeah, what is it?
Suicide, Lieutenant.
See, look what happens.
It already has happened, Lieutenant. She did it 20 minutes ago.
I wasn't talking to you, Melonhead. Now give me the dope.
You got him.
You shut up.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, not you, Bird Brain. Let's have the report.
Oh, Mrs. Lillian Baker jumped 3 floors from a balcony. Husband Harry Baker made the report. Port Washington, Long Island.
Thank you, Sergeant.
What, did he say Mrs. Lillian Baker?
Yes, he said Mrs. Lillian Baker. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get out to Long Island.
Well, let's go.
Grab my coat. Now, wait a minute. What makes you think you're coming along? And why in blazes are you interested in Mrs. Lillian Baker? If you know something, by heaven, I'll...
Walt, you're turning blue again. Come on, I'll tell you on the way. I briefed Walt on what had happened back at the store when Helen and I saw Mrs. Lillian Baker lift the hosiery. We reached the Baker estate about 3 o'clock in the afternoon and drove up a long circular driveway to the big house. The husband, Mr. Harry Baker, met us at the door.
Oh, please come in, gentlemen.
Thanks.
You'll have to forgive me, gentlemen, but I'm still a little upset. My wife was a sick woman, but I never expected her to do anything like this.
Where's the body?
Out in the garden. Right this way.
Have you any idea why your wife committed suicide, Mr. Baker?
Oh, yes. There's the body. You don't mind if I go back inside, do you?
I want to ask you some questions, then you can. I understand your wife was a kleptomaniac. Is that right, Mr. Baker?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Mr. Diamond here saw her steal something from the store today.
You mean the jewels?
No, I mean the stockings. Did she steal the jewels?
Why, yes. I found them under her mattress after the store called and told me of the loss. She was a sick woman. She's been stealing things for years, but she didn't think anyone knew about it. I had an arrangement with the stores that I could take care of all the things she took, but those jewels were too much. I had to confront her with the evidence. And she broke down completely when she discovered we knew her secret.
Harry. Oh.
Wow.
This is my private secretary,
Lieutenant Levinson. Richard Diamond.
Oh, Miss Constance Loring, Lieutenant Levinson, Mr. Diamond.
How do you do?
Well, pretty good. I'd like to tell you about it sometime. Don't dead bodies make you a little nervous, Miss Loring?
What?
Miss Loring was here when my wife jumped. She's already gotten over the initial shock.
Oh.
She's been in the library calling some of my firms to tell them I won't be at work for a while.
How long has she been here?
Why, all afternoon she's been taking some dictation.
With her hat on?
Oh, well, you see...
forget it. Tell me, did your wife jump from that balcony, Mr. Baker?
Yes.
3 floors. About a 4-foot railing around the balcony.
If you think that there's been any foul play, you can check with her doctor. He'll tell you she could easily take her own life if her secret was discovered.
I'd like to talk to him. What's his number?
Evergreen 54469. Dr. Leonard Bishop.
Thanks. While you're calling him, Rick, I'd like to see those stolen jewels, Mr. Baker.
Certainly. Right this way. Phone's right over there on the stand, Mr. Diamond. Would you open the safe for the Lieutenant, Connie? Mr. Loring?
Dr. Bischoff, please. Richard Diamond. Yes. Hello. Dr. Bischoff, this is Richard Diamond.
Here they are, Lieutenant. Now, you can easily see why I wouldn't, or should I say, couldn't pay for them.
Is the store coming over to pick them up?
No, I told them I would bring them down.
What's this all over them?
Well, I don't
They're all
know.
sticky. Got something all over them. That's probably gum, Walt. Gum? Yeah, the kind you chew. Well, by the way, Baker, you were right. Dr. Bischoff says your wife was a sick woman, but he didn't think she'd carry it to such extremes.
Well, we never know what we will do under such stress.
No, I guess we never do. Walt, can I use the car for about an hour? It'll take you that long to clean up things around here. Well, you got something? Yeah.
Mr. Diamond, if you think...
I don't think, Mr. Baker. I find out. Oh, Walt. Yeah?
Bye.
I went out fast and climbed in the prowl car. I grabbed the two-way radio and put in the call to Sergeant Otis. He gave me the address I wanted, and 10 minutes later I was rolling up in front of an old brownstone where Nat Fox, the not-so-ex-jewel thief, was now living. I went up and knocked on his door. Well, there was nothing like finding out. Well, what do you know?
Baker's residence.
Let me speak to Lieutenant Levinson, dear.
He's right here.
Hello. Walt, I'm over at Nat Fox's place. Now, don't say anything.
Right.
You remember I told you I spotted him right after the theft and shook him down?
Yeah.
Well, he's through giving the police department headaches.
What do you mean?
He can't explain the 2 bullet holes in his head. I called the station and had them send over the wagon, then I took off for the department store. I was sure that Mrs. Baker hadn't jumped, and I was pretty certain that whoever had knocked off Nat Fox was in on the Baker killing.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Diamond. Have you heard we found out who stole those jewels?
Nat Fox?
Why, no, it was Mrs. Baker after all. Mr. Baker called us back and said that he'd found the stones.
Oh, well, that's dandy. Well, I'm going to take your clerk who was in the shop at the time of the robbery.
Take him?
Yes, I want him to identify someone. I'll have him back in about an hour.
Oh, well, I suppose it'll be all right. George?
Yes, sir?
I want you to go along with Mr. Diamond here. He wants you to identify someone. It's official, I guess.
It's official, all right. When you point out a thief and the killer, it's always official.
Rick, what took you so long?
Walt, this is the clerk from the department store where the jewels were stolen.
How are you? What's he here for?
I want him to see if he can identify someone. Oh, where are Baker and his lovely secretary?
In the library.
Come on. Now, look, George, I want
sir.
you to stand outside this door until I call you. Then I want you to come in and see if you've ever seen anyone in the room besides myself and the lieutenant. I'll do my best, Mr. Diamond. That's all I want. Come on, Walt.
What are you up to?
Surprise. Well, hello.
Hello, Mr. Diamond. Come in.
Thanks. How are you, Connie? I see you've taken off your hat.
You're very observing.
I sure am. Why did you kill your wife, Mr. Baker?
What?
All right, I'll word it a little different. Mr. Baker, why did you kill your wife?
Are you insane?
Everybody asks me that. Maybe I should see a good doctor.
Maybe you should.
Like Dr. Bischoff, maybe?
He's the best in town.
Mr. Diamond, you're being ridiculous. I was with Mr. Baker when his wife jumped.
You shouldn't have said that. Makes you an accessory.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're lying if you try and tell me Mrs. Baker wasn't killed.
She jumped.
Over a 4-foot railing? Yeah.
What are you getting at?
How old was your wife, Mr. Baker?
Oh, close to 70. Why?
Pretty good health physically?
Why, yes, of course.
You say you were in the house and neither one of you gave Mrs. Baker a push off that balcony, Connie?
Of course.
Are you sure you weren't out putting 2 bullets in the cheap thug named Nat Fox?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rick, what is this?
Who has the money in the family, Mr. Baker?
Why, my wife did.
And who does it go to in event of a death?
To me, naturally.
Naturally. Walt, Mrs. Baker couldn't have taken those jewels. She was too much of an amateur. Helen and I spotted her swiping stockings at 50 paces. Whoever did lift those rocks was a professional thief.
Well, why couldn't my wife have hired Fox to do the job?
Who said anything about Fox doing the job?
Why, you did.
Harry.
Shut up.
I just said that Nat Fox was dead and that I thought Connie killed him.
I didn't kill anybody.
You were just coming back from it when you bumped into us. You hadn't even taken your hat off, and you were still carrying your purse.
I was just going out.
Let me see that purse.
You stay away from that.
Anything in it? Yeah, well, no gun. But she probably threw it in the river. Nice handkerchief.
I'll sue you, Diamond.
Look at the handkerchief, Walt. It's sticky.
Give me that.
Sit down, lover.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there was a chair there. It's sticky, all right, Walt. That's gum.
And gum on the jewels. She must have picked them up.
Yeah, right after Nat Fox stuck them somewhere.
You're both crazy. She was here with me all day.
Yeah. George. Yes, Mr. Diamond.
Who's this person?
You just relax. I want to find out what's going on, too.
Well, George? Yes, sir? That girl was in the shop right after Mrs. Baker.
That's a lie. I wasn't. I didn't kill anybody.
One of you hired Fox to steal the jewels, and you picked them up and brought them to Baker here. You killed Fox to keep his mouth shut.
I did not.
Yes, she did.
Harry!
We might as well tell them. You're right, but I didn't kill my wife. I can't get first-degree murder.
Why, you dirty old man. You did kill her. You told me you were going to. You were up there and you pushed her off.
Try to prove it. She jumped.
No, she didn't. There was a 4-foot railing all around that porch.
Well, she could have climbed it.
That's right, Rick. She could have, but you should keep in touch with a doctor, Mr. Baker. When I was in the store today, I spotted your wife with a cane.
A cane?
Yes. Dr. Bischoff said she didn't want to tell you about it because she didn't want you to worry.
Didn't want me to worry about what?
She had arthritis, Mr. Baker. And Dr. Bischoff said she could barely walk upstairs, let alone climb over a 4-foot railing. He also told me that under the conditions, her age and everything, she couldn't have lasted more than a year. You were in too much of a hurry. Okay, Walt, you run with the ball from here on. I got a date.
Rick, you didn't tell me what you did after you left me this afternoon.
Oh, I just fooled around with Walt for a while to kill the time. By the way, what did you finally get for Francis?
Oh, I got him something in the newest fashion. It's called the Bold Look.
What?
Well, it's pretty ghastly, but he loved it.
Oh. Tell me what you got him.
Oh, well, a purple suit.
Non-shrinkable.
Yes, how did you know?
It figured. Go on.
A green shirt, one of those hand-painted ties. Rick, where are you going?
Oh, I can't stand it.
Oh, that's wonderful. What is it, Rick?
What is it? I thought you were supposed to be bugged off South Pacific.
Oh, is that what it's from?
Yep. Goes on next to closing, right after Think's Mules.
It does?
You better get those tickets again. See what it's all about.
Well, give me a preview.
You'll hate me in the morning.
There's an answer to that.
Yeah. Younger than springtime are you, softer than starlight are you, warmer than winds of June are the gentle lips you gave me, gayer than laughter are you, sweeter than music are you, angel and lover, heaven on earth are you to me. And when your youth and joy invade my arms and fill... Hey, what's that?
What?
That, standing in the corner.
Oh, Francis. That's Francis, Rick.
What are the odds?
Oh, yes, sir. It's me.
Now, Rick, be careful what you say. That's the new Bold Look.
Well, turn it off. It's getting bilious.
Don't you like it, sir?
No, Rick.
No. Well, Francis, I think it's... yes, it certainly is.
I think it's rather gay, don't you, sir?
The gayest.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot something.
Does it look like a stomach pump?
Forgot something?
Yes, miss. The outfit wouldn't be complete without them.
Well, hurry up. I'm going to black out any minute.
What did you forget, Francis?
The spats.
Spats?
Yes, sir. Seersucker spats. And they were lovely.
You have just heard transcribed Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Maureen Tuttle, Joseph Kearns, Peter Leeds, and Joel Forte. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Date? To Deputy Sheriff Bill Woodington, Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California. From Samuel Spade, San Francisco, license number 1375596. Subject, the Battles of Belvedere. Dear Bill, by this time I should have known better, and I did. Per square mile, there are more screwballs in your stamping ground across the bay than should happen even to me. But Belvedere Island is very small, and I'd always been very curious about it. I can see it from my office window. A little green hump rising out of the water just around the corner from the Golden Gate Bridge and connected to the mainland by a narrow causeway. But I got there the stylish way. The sign on the dock we made for said Battle Landing. I thought I knew what that meant because my client's name was Jonathan Battle. But I was not quite prepared for the beautiful welcome I got. Golden is the word that best describes her. From the gold sheen of her complexion to the gold sandals on her delicate little feet and the heavy Oriental-type gold jewelry gleaming from her ankles, arms, throat, and earlobes. Her jet-black hair was partially covered with a gold-embroidered sari, and as she came nearer, I saw that her eyes, with their slight Oriental cast, were not green, as they looked from a distance, but blue, with flecks of gold in them.
I am Chandra Leslie, Mr. Spade. Welcome to Belvedere Island.
Thanks. I think I'll like it here.
If you will accompany me, I will take you up to the house.
Thank you.
I am sorry my foster father could not be here to greet you. But he is an artist, you know.
Oh. You're Jonathan Battle's foster daughter?
Yes. He was my father's closest friend. When I was left alone in the world, he came out to India after me and brought me here.
I see. How do you like San Francisco?
I've never crossed over to the city. I wish I could.
Well, why can't you?
I am only a woman. I must do as I am told.
I see.
I wasn't told not to go down to the landing to meet you, but perhaps it would be just as well if you did not mention it.
Mum's the word.
That is his studio down that path. I'd better not go any farther.
Hey, wait. Will I see you again?
That is for you to say.
With that, she vanished. I wasn't surprised. She was much too beautiful to be true anyway. What did surprise me was what I saw through the big studio window at the end of the path. A man stood with his back to me, daubing paint on a big canvas. Across the room from him, two models were posing. They both looked familiar. I couldn't remember then who the dark-skinned, turbaned male giant squatting with a rifle between his knees resembled. But the feminine one in the Oriental dancing girl-type pose was a dead ringer for Chandra Leslie, the girl who had just left me going in the opposite direction. I couldn't figure how she could have gotten in there so quickly. And if she was too good to be true, how could she be tue? The answer proved to be absurdly simple.
Interruptions, nothing but interruptions. If I ever finish this picture, it will be a miracle, even if I live to finish it. Just look what I'm forced to use for models. Wax dummies.
That one is a good likeness.
That girl, where is she? I can never find her when I want her. Always out chasing birds somewhere. And the dark-skinned fellow just disappeared. Had to copy him from memory.
He looks familiar, Mr. Battle. Who was he?
I never asked him. Just came wandering out of the woods one day, soliciting odd jobs, and there he was, exactly what I needed for the figure of the Sikh soldier in my painting.
Sikh soldier? You mean he wasn't well?
Oh, no, Mr. Spade. Sikh man.
Sikh, S-I-K-H, as in India.
Oh, foolish
I
me.
can see you're interested in my work. Have a good look at it. See here? The figure of the dancing girl against the sweep of the desert in the setting sun. The weary soldier tries to submerge the horrors of battle, war, in the contemplation of feminine beauty. But the sun's rays, refracted in that crystal, focus themselves upon the weapon in his hand. And he is reminded that he must revel while he can, for as surely as the sun rises on the morrow, he must answer the call to arms. Great conception, isn't it? My son's idea.
Yes. Well, exactly why did you ask me to come over, Mr. Battle?
Mr. Spade, supposing you knew a man who had committed the crime of murder in order to realize a reward beyond the wildest imaginings of the Occidental mind.
Well,
Suppose, then, that just as he had that dream within his grasp, you had snatched it away from him.
Me?
Suppose, further, that your enemy had then devoted his life and his fortune to searching you out, and you suddenly learned that he had caught up with you at last and was actually living a stone's throw away from you. What would you think?
I think I'd move.
Where? To a crowded city where he or his hirelings could be lurking for you around any corner?
Well?
I think not, Mr. Spade. I think I would stay right here on this island and hire myself a detective.
Bully for you.
And I would send that detective to warn him that his presence is known and his designs anticipated.
Who is this sinister character, and where is he ambushed?
It's the property adjoining this one on the north. The name on the mailbox is Patterson, but don't you... oh, good Lord! It's 12:47. It's time. Go. The sun is approaching the proper angle. I've only these few moments, you understand, each day. When the sun's rays fall directly on that crystal from the clerestory window up there, perhaps today I will capture it with brush and canvas.
He hurried back to his place before the easel and started messing with his palette, squinting intently at the waxed models in front of him. There were still a lot of questions I wanted to ask him, but this was obviously not the time. I left quietly and closed the door behind me. Quietly.
Hey, you. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
I think you're a detective.
You don't like detectives?
Hard-boiled type, huh? James Kane, Raymond Chandler.
Dashiell Hammett, please. Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Oh, Bob, son of Battle, of course.
Yeah, but if you think I haven't heard that gag before...
Good, then it shouldn't bother you.
Oh, I don't mind. What kind of crazy line did the old boy hand you?
How crazy is it?
He's been acting half batty ever since he started painting that picture. Nothing but an excuse for not finishing it. And why? Why? Because it's too lousy to show.
Oh, I didn't think it was that bad.
He does. Yes, me. He's leading up to some kind of a publicity stunt, hoping that'll sell it. He's just making a sucker out of you.
That's okay with me, as long as he pays for it.
Well, you'll get a few days out of it. Well, if you need anything, let me know.
All right, Sonny. Right now, I could use the telephone.
It's up there in the main house, up your stuff. Oh, but you're hoping to run into my beautiful stepsister. Save yourself the climb. She went over to the next-door neighbors for lunch.
Uh-huh. Your father mentioned them. Who are they?
Somebody she knew in India named Jery.
Yeah, well, not Captain Jery.
Yeah, retired. Captain Theophilus Jery.
Captain Theophilus Jery. Twice before in my wild, unpredictable career, I had crossed the path of and swords with Captain Jery, and we had both lived to regret it. I wondered which one of us the third time would charm. I knew one thing for certain. With Captain Jery on Belvedere Island, it would be a good idea for the natives to apply immediately for more life insurance. Not that he was any great criminal mastermind, but people just had a way of dying while he was in the vicinity. This time, instead of waiting for the mountain to come to Muhammad, I decided to move Muhammad off Belvedere Island, altitude 352 feet. But I didn't even make it as far as the mailbox before something stopped me. Hey, Battle! Battle! Anyone in there? Battle, can you hear me? Okay, I'm coming in. He was dead before I got to him. The front of his artist's smock was so gouged up with paint it was hard to tell which red was which. I finally located the wound. A large caliber slug had torn through him after entering just below the breastbone. It was a locked room puzzle. The one door bolted from the inside, the windows locked and unbroken, no marks of tampering. In fact, no possible way for the killer to have made his escape. I didn't know it then, but he hadn't.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
After I'd phoned you, Deputy dear, I went back to the studio to pit my wits against that locked room puzzle. I was glad I hadn't brought my stupid pills with me, because when I got there, the mystery was not quite as deep, or so it seemed. The first time around, I'd made very sure the room had been just as I left it, up to and including the 2 wax dummies, but I hadn't given them the fingernail test. And now I blush to say that one of them, namely the giant-sized, dark-skinned, beturban Sikh, that had been squatting with a rifle between his knees both before and after the murder, was now resting under a studio couch. His turban and the rest of his costume had been hastily stuffed behind a cushion. That's when I remembered why that dummy had looked so familiar to me. I thought I knew where to find the original. Hello, Marcus. Where's Captain Sherry?
You go home.
Thanks. I won't. Out of my way.
Master will not allow. You will have to hurt me.
Okay, Marcus, I always do. Let's get that part of it out of the way.
Oh, delight. Very delight. Now I break you back, I think.
Hey! Now, stop kidding. Hey, Sherry, where are you? Call him off!
Hey, stop there. Oh, Martha, stop being naughty. Put him down. Not that way. I said put him down, not drop him. I say, old fellow, I'm frightfully sorry my man here. What? Oh, it's you, Spade.
Yes, Sherry.
Here, let me help you out. I wish you'd found a head. I'd have had Marcus prepare tea. Oh, tea. Very delight. Rose petal, orange blossom. Oh, how many lumps?
Thanks. I've had mine.
Hush, Marcus.
Yes, shut up, Marcus.
Oh, imagine a man nearly 8 foot tall acting like a little child.
Yeah, like a child.
Come on out on the terrace. The view's extraordinary. The agent informed me that this is one of the few spots in the San Francisco area which commands the view of both Alcatraz and San Quentin.
Yeah, well, you'd better enjoy it while you can, Captain, because when you're in either, you can only see the other one.
I once spent a fortnight in the brig out in India, and I can tell you the prison life is not for me.
Then why don't you stay away from people who get killed?
I say, you mean no battle? Has it happened so soon?
Okay, what's your alibi this time? I'm sure you have one.
Oh, drat it, man. Why do you always commence by taking such a dim view of my activities? However, I will not allow you to goad me into letting you make a fool of yourself. As always, I shall place my cards upon the table.
Face down, as always.
Well, you've only to turn them up. I'll be brief. 20 years ago...
Oh, here we go.
Marcus and I were having a go at the east slope of Nanga Parbat in the Himalayas when our pack train encountered an avalanche which swept us bodily across the border into Tibet.
I'll bet.
Our carriers were decimated, but luckily most of our gear remained intact.
What kind of contraband were you carrying?
Contraband into Tibet? Oh, I say, really. No, matter of fact, we were traveling light in the hopes of bagging a few brace of bar-headed geese.
Foul play, eh?
Allow me to finish. We arrived in Serra, a valley adjacent to Lhasa, to find the religious community in an uproar. It seemed that in their haste to create a new Tashi Lama, the native astrologers had misread their stars. In short, they had vested in the holy monastic robes an infant girl. She was not 16 years of age, and due to make a public appearance with the thunderbolt of Vajra. Oh, please, these interruptions.
Sorry.
To make a long story, a young adjutant in my company by name Leslie became smitten with her charms and offered to take her off their hands. Unfortunately, from their point of view, certain irrefutable temporal awards had been conferred upon her at the time of her accession. Among them, a mountain worth several billion pounds. On our journey back to the Punjab...
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say this girl owned a mountain?
Precisely. A most amazing...
Worth several billion pounds?
Yes, it's the gold, you know. The presence of gold in the Serra has long baffled geologists for the simple reason that it's an unnatural deposit.
Unnatural?
Synthetic, that is.
For 13 centuries, the devout have made pilgrimage thither to implant in the mountain small gold nuggets in the ignorant belief that they will grow into large lumps.
How many centuries did you say?
13. Oh, very well, 12.
That's better.
And needless to say, the small nuggets never do grow into large lumps.
Needless.
But until they do, the devout, with the exception of the aforementioned or her nearest relative, are forbidden to carry off any of the gold.
And who is the aforementioned?
That dear little girl whom Leslie carried off to the Punjab as his bride. They had one daughter, Chandra, the girl who met you at the landing this morning.
How did Battle get hold of her?
Well, sir, a few years back, as our company was marching along the east face of Nanga Parbat...
There was an avalanche.
Precisely. And poor Leslie perished miserably. But the ungrateful scamp, in spite of his many promises to me, had left instructions that Chandra should become the ward of that presumptuous paint puddler, Jonathan Battle. He forbade her to see me, and finally left India under cover of night, taking her with him.
So you finally tracked them down on Belvedere Island.
Exactly. And my plan, if all else failed, was to win her hand in marriage.
What if she objected?
You little comprehend the Oriental mind. She's a woman. She must do as she's told. All I had to do to turn the trick was to frighten Battle into giving her the necessary fatherly instructions. So you see, his death has come at a most awkward time. By the way, who do you think did old Battle in?
I think he was killed by the rifle held by that warrior he was painting, the figure your boy Marcus posed for.
Oh, hello. Oh, that's nonsense. Marcus was with me at the time.
I don't think Marcus had to be there. I don't think anybody had to be there.
Well, that settles that. Marcus, pack the marmalade. We're leaving. Never mind the crumpets. We'll leave them for the poor.
Oh, delight, very delight.
Where have you been?
Oh.
The police are here, and I have been all alone in the house.
Where did Bob go?
They took him away. They arrested him.
What for?
They found a pistol hidden in his room. They say it is the weapon that killed his father.
Pistol?
Please, you are not going to leave me alone. I'm so frightened. Being alone with my conscience.
Conscience?
But how could I have known what my foster father had in mind?
Just what did he have in mind? Suicide?
Oh, please, do not say that. Even if it were true, I cannot bear the thought that I had made him so unhappy. I did not want to disobey him, but I could not. Oh, I could not.
Come on, Sandra. Don't do that.
The Orientals are supposed to be without feelings. But you see, it is not true.
Of course not.
Please, take me to the house.
Sure.
And you will not leave. You will stay with me.
Sure I will.
You do not think I am a wicked girl to refuse to marry the man of my father's choice?
If it was Captain Sherry...
Oh, no. I thought you knew. He wanted me to marry his son.
I spent the rest of the night keeping her insomnia company, and a very pretty one, too. I didn't get to you on the phone to ask you about that pistol of Bob Battle's that you'd tagged as the murder weapon until just after sunrise. What I learned from you was that the rifle that had posed with a dummy warrior was an old-fashioned Belgian-made Browning with a smooth bore, which could use revolver ammunition. But the fatal slug did match the test slug from Bob's revolver. What I told you was that ballistics can lie, and that you should take another look at the metal clamp and the trigger guard of the rifle. You said you would, had the lab run tests on both guns, and by noon you had freed Bob Battle and released the exhibits into my custody. By 12:45, I had the stage set exactly as it had been set for Jonathan Battle's murder, except that the door was not locked. Chandra was standing at the easel as near as I could figure in the spot where Jonathan Battle had been standing when the slug tore through him, and Bob Battle was standing just close enough to her. You, Deputy dear, were lurking in the shrubbery outside, observing the whole colossal spectacle. Nevertheless, I plunged unblushingly ahead toward my Agatha Christie finish.
But, Sam, I do not understand. What are we waiting for?
You won't have long to wait, Chandra.
You must be out your nut. I've been cleared. Nobody ever suspected Chandra.
What do you hope to prove?
Maybe that I'm wrong.
Well, why isn't Sherry here?
If I'm right, he will be. Okay, about 15 seconds.
15 seconds?
12 now. And if we're lucky, we'll find out how your foster father was killed.
Chandra, he has no right. You don't have to do this.
5 seconds.
Whatever happens, it'll mean your license, Spade. You have no right...
2 seconds.
Chandra, get down!
You can't, sir. Of all the high hands, it's honest, reprehensible. How badly is she wounded?
Take it easy, Captain.
Oh, trusting little girl.
She's all right, Sherry. If she keeps away from you, she'll stay that way. Come on, Chandler. Give me a hand. You all right?
Yes. But poor Bob.
Yeah, poor Bob. He only killed his own father.
But why?
There. Now, don't fret about it. I'll take care of you, my dear.
Captain. Hands off.
My dear fellow, you mistake my motives. What this poor girl needs is a father. And what better guardian than myself and my vast knowledge of the Orient and my deep understanding of the Eastern mind?
Nuts.
Well, Sam, I sure got to hand it to you. It worked. I guess this just about cleans up this caper. Thanks, Sam. Thank you, too, Captain. You've been a great help.
Oh, thanks, Woodingham. Pleasure knowing you.
Why, you dumb bunny.
Who, me?
Standing there, shaking hands with the most sinister international dope smuggler on the Pacific coast.
Now, see here, Spade. That will take some proving.
Frisk him, Bill. Go on. See what you find on him.
I welcome this opportunity to prove my innocence. Go ahead, Deputy.
Well, what do you know? A hypodermic kit.
See?
This is an outrage. You planted that in my pocket, Spade.
Well, maybe. Even if I did, the deputy here will have to take you in for questioning, and that'll mean answering some questions for the federal men, won't it, Bill?
Well, now, if you planted that kit, Sam...
I haven't admitted it yet. You'll have to prove it, and you may not be able to before the federal men get involved. Not that Captain Sherry has anything else to hide.
Well, sir, never let it be said that a Royal Fusilier didn't know when to blow retreat. Marcus, Master, pack the marmalade again. We're off, this time to Africa.
Period. End of report.
But Sam, you let him go.
I know exactly what you're going to ask, Effie. It worked like this. At a certain time of day, the sun rays were refracted through the crystal directly on the spring metal clamp and the trigger guard of that rifle. This caused the metal to expand, thus pushing the trigger and discharging the rifle, which had previously been aimed at the spot where Battle customarily stood while painting.
But Sam...
Don't interrupt. To further confuse the issue, as well as splitting an infinitive, not to mention a hair, Bob, son of Battle, loaded the smooth-bore rifle with a cartridge containing a slug previously fired from his revolver, thus drawing attention away from the rifle and onto the revolver, which could not be placed in the locked room at the scene of the crime.
Sam...
Please, these interruptions. His motive. He thought his father was, in fact, going to force Chandra into marriage with Captain Sherry.
Oh, that poor boy. He did love her.
Perhaps, but don't forget the $1 billion mountain.
But he left him at the crucial moment and interceded with the bullet meant for her. He died for her.
He undoubtedly will have, but at the expense of the state and not of my conscience. In short, I loaded that rifle with a blank cartridge. He was not dead when he hit the floor, merely in a dead faint.
Oh.
No please, no applause. Business as usual. Go type that up.
I have only one question. Whatever's going to become of that poor, bewildered girl?
Yeah, poor little thing. Nothing to fall back on but $1 billion gold mountain.
I can't help it, Sam. You know, east is east and never the twain.
You're wrong. She's starting a twaining course tomorrow as a salesgirl in the jade department at Gump's. Doesn't that make you green?
Oh, really, Sam, you're jaded humor.
And so, Tibet.
Oh, now stop. I mean, really.
Murder, eh? Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Private Detective, is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.